God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Can we do a roll call, please, Ms. Clerk? Thanks.
Yes, Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Here. Here.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. Thank you so much. Mr. Casey, are we going to do our ceremonial item? Actually, Ms. Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Certainly. Item 1, Employee Recognition Service Award Pins.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So each month we like to recognize employees for achieving milestones in their work with the city. As you know, traditionally we have people with 25 or 30 years of service receive their pin in person in council chambers. We're unfortunately not in a climate to be able to do that. I do want to let you know that we recognize these employees. I send them a letter of congratulations, and they also do receive a pin recognizing their service as well. So I'd like to read some names into the record, if that's all right. With 5 years of service to the city, Jennifer Tomaszewski, Finance and Treasury Manager and Interim Finance Director with the Finance Department. Eric Swedemson, Plans Examiner, Community Development Department. Ashlyn Aldridge, Firefighter, Fire Department. Scott Aguilar, Firefighter, Fire Department. Vince Monteo, Firefighter, Fire Department. Derek Doler, Firefighter with the Fire Department. Matt Hayes, Firefighter, Fire Department. James Hildebaugh, Firefighter, Fire Department. Kenny Constantinides, Firefighter, Fire Department. Adrian Topate, Firefighter with the Fire Department. Kevin Lewis, Water Treatment Plant Operator 3 with the Public Works Department. And Eddie Antonio Pablo, Wastewater Treatment Plant Operator 3 with the Public Works Department. With 10 years of service to the city, Jared Lehman, Traffic Signal Technician 2, Public Works Department. With 15 years of service, Raymond Lopez, Water Distribution Lead Operator, Public Works Department. With 20 years of service with the city, Ray Sean Drayton, Police Sergeant, Police Department. John Rousseau, Traffic Technician 2, Public Works Department. And Steve Sisler, Traffic Technician 2 with the Public Works Department. With 25 years of service to the city, Mark Aguilar, Project Planner, Community Development Department. Dan Tagles, Police Sergeant with the Police Department. And Aaron Baker, Police Lieutenant in the Police Department. And with 30 years of service to the city, we would like to recognize Mark Johnson, Water Distribution Operator, Public Works Department. And Barbara Reed, Library Technician with the Library Department. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We congratulate those employees and we thank them for their years of service. And we look forward to having ceremonies again where we can read the proclamations and hand them their pins and applaud them. So thank you very much, Mr. Casey. Are there any changes to the agenda, sir?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, very good. We will now go to open public comment, and we are going to start transitioning back to the way we had been doing public comment, by which items that are not on the agenda would be heard at 2 p.m. So I'm saying that we're transitioning because I'm hoping people will embrace that. Today, we're going to do 30 minutes of public comment to start the meeting. And then if people have more public comment at the end of the meeting, that's how we always did it, then we would reopen it at the end of the meeting. There's a couple of items on the agenda. One is the land use appeal that has to do with possible removal of a tree on the west side. That's a quasi-judicial proceeding by which the testimony and the witness comment should all be contained in that hearing when it formally starts and when it finishes. The item related to the Civilian Review Board, that I expect a lot of comment about that. And if you hear the presentation first, and then make a comment that may be beneficial too, you would hear the presentation and then the council questions. So you have a sense of the kinds of things that we're asking about. And again, if we need longer than this 30 minutes, we'll reopen public comment at the end of the meeting. So let's start. Ms. Clerk, how many people do we have waiting to make public comment here at the beginning of the meeting?
Hi, Madam Mayor. We have 4 people who so far have raised their hand or as I indicated they wish to speak in public comment, and about 36,
Okay.
37 public speakers total.
Okay, so we're asking people to speak to items that are not on the formal agenda, if you can, and we'll do 3 minutes. And I see my council members coming onto the screen. Everyone will try to rotate onto the screen so that you can see our faces during public comment. Ms. Clerk, go ahead and start. Thank you.
Okay, our speakers are Simone Ruskamp, Mark Kramer, Mitchell Severven. We'll start with Simone Ruskamp. Simone Ruskamp, please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. I am speaking in regards to the civilian review item, but I also have a toddler and I'm working around her schedule in school. I guess I would ask specifically around these if we could consider that many people are trying to participate, and again, the time of these meetings and our commitments. I do want to say that we can no longer have systems that are committed to misunderstanding us and criminalizing our communities. Currently, the Santa Barbara Police Department boasts an internal review process of grievances and complaints against officers. That process is murky at best, and at worst presents barriers and opportunities for intimidation of impacted community members. As explained by both our city attorney you'll hear today, but also in our local newspaper, the current process allows for one officer given the title of Professional Standards Division to investigate complaints against their coworkers to see if their coworker has violated a policy. This officer then uplifts that concern to the chief and city attorney to determine corrective action. The reporting community member then receives a notice from the department, a letter determining if their grievance was substantiated or not, but few other details. We cannot continue to fund programs that do not support our communities, and real people and lives lay in the balance. In the same article, our local newspaper, The Independent, found that since 2016, 140 complaints have been filed against the department, 46 in 2019 alone. 8 of those complaints alleged racial discrimination. It's concerning that there were very little details revealed about why some of these were sustained and those not. There was no information about those specifically involving or regarding to race or use of force. Again, that is a concern. It's imperative that you listen to what the community is asking for, which is a review board, not a single auditor, and not unattached experts. We as Healing Justice affirm the value of self-determination, and we understand that our communities, which include the people who are most marginalized, have the experience and knowledge to direct these conversations. To this end, Healing Justice has begun bi-weekly meetings with over 30 stakeholders representing different people in our community, whether that's folks with disabilities, undocumented folks, LGBTQIA+ folks, system impacted folks, and others, to ensure that our communities are empowered to share the practices that best suit their needs. I would ask you today to empower Healing Justice and our partners to continue the work that we have already been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mitchell Severven, then Crystal Barros, Mary Linda Arroyo, Anna Marie Gott, then Athena Tang. Mark Kramer. We'll come back to Mark Kramer. Mitchell Severven. Mitchell, please go ahead. Mitchell, I am going to send you your PIN. You should get a message with that, and I will come back to you also. Next is Crystal Barros. Crystal Barros, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to see you, albeit virtually. Thank you for your continued service to our community. I just wanted to say very briefly that I oppose the issuance of the liquor license that is being considered or has been issued for CVS on Milpas. It's just one more thing we don't need on our east side here to just all it's going to do is contribute to our existing problems. That's it. Have a wonderful day, you guys.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Mary Linda Arroyo. Mary Linda Arroyo, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, honorable council members and staff. I'm proud to speak to you today representing the Police Managers Association and the Tri-Counties chapter of the Police Officers Research Association of California. Our nation's law enforcement community has challenges that we must address. We acknowledge tragedies that are simply inconsistent with the mission, standard, and goals of law enforcement. As peace officers, our role is to serve and protect, a responsibility that we cannot fulfill without the trust of the communities we have sworn an oath to. When the trust is broken by officers whose actions are inconsistent with the mission and the goals of our profession, we too are outraged, and we have the duty to intercede, an obligation to speak out, and a moral imperative to hold those officers accountable. We all have a real opportunity to challenge ourselves to find meaningful solutions that can make lasting impacts in the communities we serve across the nation. We are eager and ready for the opportunity to work together with lawmakers, advocates, and stakeholders from our community. Locally, our officers have seen attitudes, tones, and aggressions changed towards law enforcement. Conversations and deliberations have turned into screaming matches and disrespectful slurs, making a difficult and complicated job even more complex. Collectively, we all must work hard to change the narrative around policing in this country, which will require us to shine a light on the good and rebuild what was broken. We should foster an approach focused on being mutually respectful and courteous to those charged with putting their lives on the line to keep all our families safe. What is needed now is calm and thoughtful dialogue. To make real progress, we must seek counsel from those whose backgrounds, beliefs, and experience are different from ours own. We must continue to bring together community members, law enforcement, and diverse stakeholders to discuss community problems and formulate localized solutions. It is through action that we can help hold ourselves and the community accountable. Let me just end by reiterating our fundamental belief that peace officers are an integral part of the community, not separate from those that we serve. A number of those who serve in your community as Santa Barbara peace officers grew up locally, live locally, and they themselves and family members are lifelong community members. Their fathers, mothers, husbands, wives, uncles, aunts, sons, and daughters, and they care. They care deeply and recognize that we are all in this together. While we may not have the ultimate answer to solve all of the issues in our community, we are committed to playing a role in finding lasting solutions that better serve all who call upon our help.
Thanks so much. Thanks for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, then Athena Tan, Craig Cook, Krista Fuchs, Alan Gallegos, Mitchell Severvan, and Mars Caffarelli. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead. We will come back. And Anna Marie Gott, go ahead. Okay, we will come back. Athena Tan, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm speaking on the Civilian Review Board item because I can't be here later. And I'm here to remind you of your duty in making a Police Civilian Review Board a reality. But I also ask that when you make it happen, to make sure that your goals align with the demands of Healing Justice Santa Barbara organizers. They are asking for a civilian review board for community accountability and self-determination by Santa Barbarans who are most vulnerable to criminalization and its effects. And that does not happen when some firm from out of town comes in and compares what SBPD is doing to what other police departments are doing or to standards set by police officers themselves. It also definitely doesn't happen when the police chief or any other city officials have the input to make the Civilian Review Board yet another PR tool and echo chamber of approval. The Civilian Review Board in the name of racial justice is an opportunity for you to reimagine community safety in a way that includes people whose safety has always mattered less and who are more likely to be targeted as risks to others instead of seen as people who also need protection and deserve safety. That includes people who are Black and brown, houseless, disabled, undocumented, LGBTQ, and formerly incarcerated. As council members, many of you are here because you said or implied that you would represent the Santa Barbarans who have been least represented. This is a concrete way that you can rise to that opportunity and show what it looks like for a city to truly interrogate its values around racial and social justice. So I'm glad you're hearing today's presentation. As you do, please consider two specific things. First, a Civilian Review Board must have subpoena power. Anything short of that is no match for police unions. And second, police record transparency laws such as SB 1421 have had their reach severely curbed by police unions again. So it's your duty to make sure that additional oversight is there locally. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Craig Cook, then Krista Fuchs, Alan Gallegos, Mitchell Severven, Marge Caffarelli, and Anna Marie Gott. Craig Cook, please go ahead. Craig Cook, you may unmute yourself and go ahead. We'll come back to Mr. Cook. Next, Krista Fuchs. Krista Fuchs, you may unmute yourself and go ahead. Krista Fuchs, you may unmute yourself and go ahead. Okay, we'll go on to Alan Gallegos. Mr. Gallegos, please go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Krista Fuchs.
Should I wait?
Mr. Gallegos, you have the floor.
Okay. Madam Mayor, City Council, thank you for this opportunity. I'm here today requesting your full support and action to enact an emergency ordinance that will expand on your ban on ADUs within the High Fire and Hillside communities. This expanded language will also revoke existing ADU permits obtained prior to the ban that have done illegal grading and other illicit building acts. It is these properties that present the most danger to the high fire and debris flow areas. Too many times we pass ordinances that only help future instances. You all have the opportunity in front of you to do the right thing to protect our community and handle this existing illegal behavior. The city's attorney's office and stop work orders have slowed the progress, but because of failed leadership in our building department, they have no will to utilize our existing revocation ordinance. Scofflaw builders factor in fees and penalties into their existing budget while also fudging permit numbers, omitting key information, and giving fraudulent information as tactics for successful building in our community. This breach of trust adds undue risk to all of us. 2 ADU permits that will fall into this new emergency ordinance suggested here are ones where government officials have said the abuse of the process was large enough that permit revocation should be used for 2919 and 2924 Ariba Way. Once we put penalties in place, we can finally clear the way to simplify the permit process. This could include removing unnecessary overregulations that existed in lieu of penalties in a failed attempt to improve safety, when simply imposing large enough penalties, including revocation, that will stop illicit behavior would have been enough. We look forward to speaking with each of you individually in the coming weeks to go over these clearly revocable permits. This will draw the line and clear the way to needed discussions on how to proceed with better building processes. Let's finally create a customer service oriented building department that goes above and beyond to assist builders in their endeavors. I appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Marge Caffarelli. Mitchell Severvin, I still don't see that you've entered your PIN. I did send that to you as a message, so you can look for that. So let's go to Marge Caffarelli. Marge, please go ahead.
Hi there, Madam Mayor and members of the Santa Barbara City Council and city staff. Many of you know I'm the owner of the Santa Barbara Public Market in downtown Santa Barbara, where we have 8 restaurant concepts and 1 retail concept. And I'm on, our project is on West Victoria Street between State and Chapala, where there are 5 other restaurant concepts: Bouchon, Olio y Limone Restaurante, Olio y Limone Crudo Bar, and Olio y Limone Pizzeria, as well as Scarlet Begonia. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the city administration and city staff for working through the issues to get the West Victoria Street closed. I would also like to extend a very heartfelt thank you to Council Member Oscar Gutierrez and Council Member Megan Harmon for their participation. Megan Harmon, who is our council member for downtown, was very helpful and worked with us. And Oscar Gutierrez met with me, was concerned, was curious about what the issues were. And so I want to extend a thank you. I also want to extend a thank you to the newest kid on the block in Santa Barbara, and that's Jason Harris, who was very thoughtful in how he approached this situation. And I think that it will be a win-win for all of the restaurants on West Victoria. As you know, we're in a very difficult time, and being able to add additional seating into the street really will be a lifeline, not the panacea that we need, but it will be a lifeline for all of the restaurants. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, then Craig Fook, then Krista Fuchs, then Mitchell. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, City Council. As you know, I submitted a letter for public comment, and you should have had that in your agenda. I hope you've read it. This actually regards how the city police department and the city actually have control over the issuance of alcohol licenses. You've been told that you don't actually have any power with regards to alcohol licenses, but you really do. And that is because the City Council many years ago directed the police department to go ahead and be the individuals who review alcohol licenses. I think you would be surprised that we have many census tracts, and that's a specific area of town, that actually have an overabundance of alcohol licenses. And I'm not talking about the funk zone where we might have a lot of wineries. I'm talking about our neighborhoods, which actually have an overabundance of alcohol licenses, many of which are hard liquor licenses. And the reason I'm actually coming to you today is because I think that it's imperative that we actually give more direction to the police department and actually instruct them not to issue licenses any longer where we have an overabundance of them, especially when we're talking about hard liquor licenses, because they actually contribute to crime. They contribute to domestic violence, to DUIs, to open containers on our street. We already know that we spend over $1 million a year out of the city budget just on alcohol alone. And I believe that if you look deeper into the police reports, you would find that we spend more than that, because that is usually just the top offense that they are reporting. The reason that this is even coming today to you is because the police department has this ability to say that they are not going to allow another license to come into a location because it would not serve public convenience or necessity. That is the only way that they could actually allow another license. If not, the ABC would be prohibited from putting another license in a tract, a census tract that has an overabundance of them. And we have a liquor license right now at CVS on Milpas, but they want to move that from a regular beer and wine license to a hard liquor license that will only increase the amount of crime in the area. And the city has an out, but they just need to revoke a previous letter that they issued that said it's fine to go ahead and put another liquor license, a hard liquor license, on Milpas Street when we already know that we have a problem. So I'd ask you just to consider this and bring this.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. More speakers, Ms. Gorman?
Yes. We have Craig Cook, Krista Fuchs, Anna Zepeda, and Mitchell Severven. Craig Cook, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm here in solidarity in support of Healing Justice and their demand for a civilian review board that is representative of the people. We want a civilian review board that is not auditor. The current internal process leaves investigations up to one officer. Why would we want to recreate a system with no transparency? The civilian review board must mirror our community. This board must include the most impacted folks, including LGBTQ people, undocumented people, folks with disabilities, those who are formerly incarcerated. And of course, the board must have no gender being over 60%. Any commission formed to consider police transparency must also include all of us. We do not support the creation of more systems and barriers that decenter the most impacted people. If a commission is formed, it must represent the community, not just the folks who make the city council and police comfortable. The creation of a civilian review board should be led by the community. We do not support experts without community knowledge directing this work. We affirm the value of self-determination and understand that our communities, those of the most marginalized, have the knowledge and the experience to direct these conversations. So, any civilian review board members should also be compensated and empowered. So no more money for programs that do not support us. The board must have teeth. Any potential board must also have access to subpoena power and discipline. Thank you for listening to the demands. We hope you act on them.
Thanks, Mr. Cook. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Krista Fuchs. It looks like she might not be back in yet. Anna Zepeda, she may be offline. Let's try. Ms. Zepeda, you available? We can come back. Mitchell, I'm not sure if you're on. And Juliet L. Juliet L, please go ahead. Unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yes, hi, I'm calling in fervent support of all the Healing Justice Black Lives Matters demand. It's required that a civilian review board be formed, not a single auditor. That does not allow for true transparency. This civilian review board must mirror our community. It must include all impacted folks, undocumented people, LGBTQIA people, folks with disabilities, formerly incarcerated people, and no more than 60% of one gender. Any commission formed to consider police transparency has to include the people. We do not support the creation of more systems barriers that decenter the most impacted people. We do not support experts without community knowledge directing this work. The people who are on the ground, the people who are living the lives are the ones who know what is needed, what needs to be reviewed. How can you review from the inside? Those of the most marginalized have the knowledge and the experience to direct these conversations. It is long, long overdue that we uplift and elevate those voices. No more money for programs that do not support the people. Divert money from the police department to compensate review board members. This work is vital. It must invest in person-centered solutions. And it must really have impact, meaning, and the intent to truly change things. Any board must have access to subpoena power and discipline, or there's no effectiveness to this. I've been a citizen here. I've been living here for almost 16 years now. My grandfather was an outstanding and respected member of the community for many years and served as the chaplain for the Military Order of the World Wars. He would be astounded at the state of Santa Barbara right now. I'm pretty sure he would leave. He would tell me to leave. He would tell me to take my child and leave. It is time that these situations be addressed. I appreciate the presence of those who genuinely care here on this board. I see who is listening. I see whose heart is in it, and I really appreciate your presence. I also see those that not necessarily engaged, but I appreciate those that are, and yeah, let's make this thing happen. There's really so much potential for great, great things. If we uplift everyone, we uplift literally everyone. If we can uplift those who are not heard, we're literally uplifting everyone. We won't survive it if we don't uplift Black lives. So thank you, and I yield the floor. I don't know how to say it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Are there more speakers? We have time for a couple more before we hit that 30-minute mark, Ms. Gorman. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Laura Bernard, Matt Lowe, Anna Zepeda, Darcy Roberts, Krista Fuchs. So about 5 or 6 more people who have indicated who've raised their hand now.
Okay, so Ms. Fuchs will be our final one, please. Thanks.
Very good. Krista Fuchs, please take your mute off. Very good. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, I am Krista Fuchs. I own Scarlet Begonia on 21 West Victoria Street. And I just wanted to speak to the proposal of closing down that one block and how impactful it would be for my business with the new only outside dining. Most people don't understand that in order for a restaurant to make money, you have to pack the house. And with the 6-foot distancing and protocols for safety, it makes it impossible to make a living. And we supplement a lot of local families' lives, employing 24 people, and it does have a good trickle-down effect. So closing the street and letting us safely expand without traffic would be instrumental for my business, and I think everybody on my block. So I just wanted you to take that into consideration. We are the theater district. We are the people that we believe in hospitality. We would do it in a really classy way, and it won't be something that where there's alcohol and people walking the streets. We want to provide a culinary experience, a place where people feel safe with their families, and closing the street down would instrumentally help that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we have 5 more speakers who have raised their hand. The next is Anna Zepeda.
Okay,
Anna
and then
Zepeda.
we'll cut it off after those 5. If you
Very
would
good.
let people know that we will open public comment at the end again. Thanks.
Absolutely. So our speakers for this section of public comment are Anna Zepeda, Mitchell Servin, Laura Bernard, Darcy Roberts, and Matt Lowe. Anna Zepeda, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I wanted to comment in support of a civilian review board. The civilian review board must mirror our community and must be any commission formed to consider police transparency must include all of us. And the creation of civilian review board should be led by the community. And it should also, the civilian review board members should be compensated and empowered. No more money for programs that do not support us, divert money from the police department to compensate review board members. This work matters. Our city must invest in person-centered solutions. As somebody who has been personally affected by police brutality, this is very important that my community becomes the forefront and becomes somebody that shows different from what else is going on in this world, and we know we haven't been reflecting that. So if we can please do this and listen to Healing Justice, Black Lives Matters, and other groups trying to create real change in our community, I feel like we can really make a huge difference in our community and show that we are capable of being more. So this, again, is an opportunity for us to be an example and lead, really lead. And I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to us. And I hope you continue to listen to us and actually put this into effect so that we can share with our children and our youth that our community leaders are listening to us and are putting this into effect. Thank you for letting me share my comment today.
Thanks, Ms. Zepeda. Another speaker?
Our next speaker is Mitchell Servin, then Laura Bernard, Darcy Roberts, and Matt Lowe is our final speaker. Mitchell? Ooh, I'm going to send you your pin again. You should get a message with that. We'll come back to Mitchell. Laura Bernard. Laura Bernard, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'd like to voice my support for greater transparency and accountability for our police department via the creation of a civilian review board, and to agree with and emphasize the sentiments shared by organizers from Healing Justice Santa Barbara. In particular, I'd like to highlight 3 items from the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement recommendations that I believe you will be reviewing and discussing later. There's obviously a lot of really good information there, and these are just 3 items that I find particularly important, and just going in sequential order. Starting with item 3B3, budget and staffing floors. It's imperative that budget or staffing minimums are established to ensure that this agency will have adequate resources to perform its work and protect it from budget cuts that could undermine its effectiveness. Item 4A, I also think that it's imperative that the diversity of civilian boards or a commission, however it's formed, closely mirrors that diversity of the community that it serves. And in particular, I'd like to emphasize the importance of including representatives from our most marginalized communities, as I know a lot of other speakers have said. The final item is I'd like to, item 5B. I'd like to note that legislation establishing civilian oversight must explicitly address an oversight agency's unfettered access to relevant records and documentation, as well as the law enforcement agency's obligation to cooperate with this oversight agency's requests in a timely and reasonable manner. This agency must have full access to information in order to make educated decisions, and in making these decisions, they should be authorized to enact disciplinary action if necessary. Thank you very much for your time and for your service to this community.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Next speaker is Mitchell Servin. Mitchell, please go ahead. Unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Mitchell Servin of Bouchon Restaurant. Thank you very much for your time today. I'm calling also to talk about the West Victoria Street closure Been here since 1998 and have seen a lot of change over those years. The Vons that became the Santa Barbara Public Market was a huge improvement. The new Vic used to be the Unity Shop, as many of you know. The Granada Theater at one point was boarded up for many, many years. And we've survived all that, but nothing quite like what we're going through right now. And I think this is a historic opportunity to take advantage of the concentration of restaurants and other entities that are on both the 1200 block of State Street, as well as our area of West Victoria, to not only take a temporary approach to seeing if this is something that will work to help us survive this pandemic, but also to consider whether or not it might be something worth doing on a permanent basis. I know some people might be opposed to that for traffic reasons, but I think the vast majority of Santa Barbans I've spoken with, and I know you've had lots of input on your own ends, are very, very much in favor of this pedestrian approach to downtown Santa Barbara. And I fully believe that with Marge's input and investment, that it would be attractive to both locals and visitors, but primarily for locals to be able to get outside, get downtown, and be a part of this nascent recovery we're hoping is around the corner. We would be fully committed to being a participant in that and making sure it was aesthetically pleasing, but also safe, and community activity that we hope our Santa Barbaran fellow citizens would want to come and support. So I urge you, and thank you for doing so, but to also consider this on a longer term basis if indeed we can make this successful. Thank you very much for your consideration and your time.
Very good. Another speaker?
Next speaker is Darcy Roberts and then Matt Lowe. Darcy Roberts, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Hello again. I hope everyone is doing well. I have a couple topics. The first one, I also support closing the street to help support the restaurants. I think that in this time, it's obviously restaurant life is hard anyway, and anything that we could do to keep our restaurant industry alive and like just we want to make sure that we can support them and that we do what we can to make it safe, give them lots of space so that we can then support our citizenry and keep our citizenry safe. And I think that it's a good idea to close down. We can see what the traffic does. We can see how it affects movement downtown. But as someone who never drives on State Street unless my dad's coming to visit, I think it's a great idea. And I see that it really, in a time where we could be safe against germs, it would be a beautiful spot for Santa Barbans to be out and about downtown. My other comment is about the Police Review Board. I ask that you just take a minute to think about, do we actually want to heal the wounds of our community, or do we want to just appear to be doing so? I'm frustrated because it feels like after we finally asked the Black community of Santa Barbara what they needed, the response feels marginal at best. The only true way to really support them is by listening, and then to do that is for transparency. And I feel like a lot of us have asked for transparency nicely, and then we begged for it. And now, honestly, we're just demanding that. There should be a community review board made up of the community, not just one monitor. And I think it's inappropriate to respond to the community's repeated desire for transparency to expect them to expect one person, a non-civilian at that. Also, I just think that we need to make sure it's a paid position, or they are paid positions. We live in a society where we continue to ask people for their time and their skills for free. And I think we need to make sure as a community that we appreciate the people that will help us build a better community. And I think it will build a better overall relationship between the police force and the community members. And I think that should be our main focus. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Our final speaker then, Mr. Lowe.
Matt Lowe, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself and go ahead.
How about now?
Perfect.
Great, thank you. Mayor and council members, thank you for your time today. Just want to address the police oversight. A few weeks ago, many of you shared the sentiment that we need to address racism as a public health concern. And I guess I want to understand it from the way of a doctor. And when we see the symptoms and we know who can heal, only the community can heal the symptoms. The police know violence. They know what it looks like to lock up and to send people away. They know the punishment And the community is calling that they are rooted in healing. They're rooted in restoration. We want to see the transformation in the community. And so I would like you to uphold your sentiment of addressing racism as a public health concern and really listening to the public in this. We need to have healing. We need to hear the truth. Much truth has been shared with you, and that truth needs to not go unheard. And so I really encourage you to set a very strong budget. I say 5% of the police budget is the minimum. I would suggest 10% to go towards this police oversight, and it needs to be made up of people of the community, as you've heard from previous comments, and decided by the community and not decided by those in law enforcement. That is of utmost urgency to be decided upon so that we can start to decide what the path moving forward is with our law enforcement. In this process of community oversight, we need to address the community as well too, in understanding that the community has many things they want to say. And we need to open up this process so that the community is able to share their voice and be unified in this process. It is not something that should be decided by those in positions of power within law enforcement. So I thank you for the hearing the call, and now we're asking you to act upon the call to address the public health concern, to listen to the community, and to create a community oversight board that is empowered by the community so we can heal and transform from harm and be a restored community. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll close this opening session of public comment, and we'll move on to our consent calendar. Ms. Clerk, would you read some items for us, please?
Yes. Item 2, adoption of an ordinance for water supply agreement with Montecito Water District. Recommendation of the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a water supply agreement for the long-term wholesale supply to the Montecito Water District of water made available from the operation of the Charles E. Meyer Desalination Facility. 3, records instruction for Airport Department. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara relating to the destruction of records held by the Airport Department. 4, authorization to submit a grant application for the Federal Bureau of Reclamation's Drought Response Program. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the Public Works Director to submit a grant application under the Federal Bureau of Reclamation's fiscal year 2021 Water Smart Drought Resiliency Projects Program for the Charles E. Meyer Desalination Plant Product Water Pump Station Upgrades Project. And one more, item 12, resolution to receive permanent local housing allocation funds made possible by California Senate Bill 2 totaling $453,109 in the first year of allocations and an estimated 5-year amount of $2,718,654. Recommendation the council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the local community development director to submit an application for permanent local housing allocation PLHA funds to the state of California, and B, adopt the 5-year plan for use of PLHA funds.
Thanks. Does anyone on the city council want to pull an item? I haven't received any notification of that. Ms. Clerk, is there a member of the public that wants to speak on one of the items? You're on mute, Ms. Gorman, sorry.
Excuse me, you'd think I would be better at this. We do have requests to speak on item 8 and 10. 8 and 10, please.
Would you read 8 and 10 into the record?
Yes, item 8, authorization to execute an increase to a best interest purchase order with LogMeIn USA for additional GoToWebinar licenses. And item 10, contract with Visit Santa Barbara for tourism marketing services.
Would the person who wanted to make a comment about number 8 raise your hand? So do you have that person queued up, Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Anna Marie Gott would like to speak on items 8 and 10. I believe she can do so together. And we have a written public comment for number 8 that I'll be reading into the record from a member of the Accessibility Committee.
Ms. Scott, if you're ready, go ahead.
am just, good afternoon, Council. I am just a bit concerned about the amount of money that we're going to be spending with GoToMeeting, GoToWebinar. It does appear that we're getting a substantial number of licenses, and those licenses can be used by a number of different people. And I'm just curious to find out of what due diligence we've done in terms of the actual need, because we have design review boards, as an example, that can share one license. Not every single person is going to be using a license throughout the entire day. And considering the times that we're living in now, it just seems that the number of licenses for the number of employees that we have throughout the city is a bit excessive. So that is my comment with regards to item number 8. Is it okay for me now to talk about item number 10? And can my time start over? That's a totally different item.
Go ahead on number 10.
Okay. With regards to item number 10, I would really hope that we actually have a plan with regards to advertising. During this period of time, I have seen advertising that is soliciting people from hotspot areas such as Los Angeles, Riverside, Orange County, trying to bring tourists up to Santa Barbara. And I think that some of it has been a bit inappropriate. The reason being is that when you actually go to the Visit Santa Barbara website, in some of the cases, we do see areas of the website that talks about wearing a mask, but it doesn't make it clear enough that it is a requirement, especially when it says, go with a group of people to the Rose Garden or to our parks. Well, we're not supposed to be attracting groups of people on vacation. That's not what we actually want to do. The entire state is basically, one, under a mask ordinance, a requirement to wear masks. 2, for social distancing. It's not a time in which we want to advertise groups of individuals to come to Santa Barbara, because we're still supposed to be socially distancing. So I would like to know, what is the plan that the city actually wants? And should we be giving $1.3 million for a marketing budget, which encompasses a marketing budget, and we don't know exactly how that budget is being spent in terms of advertising? And as just a member of the public, again, I would just like to, talk about State Street. And the fact of the matter is that we do not have social distancing on State Street. And should we be encouraging more people downtown who invariably do not wear masks to come and congregate in an area where people cannot socially distance? I don't think it's wise for us to be doing. I don't think that the city should be doing this right now, and to be just passing this on consent without any real explanation of where those marketing dollars are going to be spent and what is the plan when we actually might have to shut down again, or what is the plan if we have an increase in COVID cases. Are they going to stop advertising? We don't have any answers to questions like that. And I think that we actually need a plan before you actually agree to go ahead and move forward with this $1.3 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clerk, would you like to read the comment into the record on, was it number 8? You had a written comment. Okay.
Yes, Madam
And that
Mayor.
was from someone in our Access Advisory Committee. So thank you.
Yes, and we do also have a raised hand from Matt Lowe again. So Mr. Lowe, if you wish to speak on consent, I will call on you after I read this. And this is public comment on item 8 on the City Council agenda. Upon reading the attached two-page PDF, the city is considering approval of a deeper commitment to this platform, GoToWebinar. It is agenda item 8, a request for approval of a no-bid contract and about $28,000 in additional spending with LogMeIn, the company which sells the GoToWebinar product. My main concern is the accessibility or lack thereof of the raise hand function, which is required by the city to be used in order for a member of the public to participate. This is a little different from the problems I've experienced in using the platform as a panelist in my capacity as a member/panelist on the Access Advisory Committee. The raise hand function in GoToWebinar is not accessible to those who are blind or have low vision and who use text-to-speak screen reading software, for example. And I do not know if the accessibility of the raise hand function has been evaluated by any technical experts. Finally, the city is including the cost of remote meeting services in its inventory of COVID-related costs for potential reimbursement by the Federal Emergency Management System, or CARES Act funding. We object to federal funding of a product that does not comply with federal technology accessibility standards. Therefore, I'm requesting that the City Council and supporting staff postpone the item in order to obtain such verification. Thank you for committing these records to the comments to the public record and for evaluating the accessibility issues I am facing in this area.
Thanks.
And Madam Mayor, I will now unmute Matt Lowe to confirm if Mr. Lowe wished to speak on a consent item. Mr. Lowe, you are unmuted. Did you wish to speak on a consent item? If so, you can unmute yourself and speak. Mr. Lowe, go ahead if you wish to speak on a consent item. Okay, he's not responding, Madam Mayor. So I believe that's all our comments on consent.
Okay, thank you very much. And I had asked the city administrator or city administrator's office to respond to Mr. Burnham about the accessibility issues. Mr. Ford, did you have a response for us, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor, council members, thank you very much. This is my item. I'll begin by saying that we fully acknowledge that nothing is equivalent to being there in person, right? Having a meeting in person, it's difficult. I can tell you that city staff, city IT staff have worked really closely with the Access Advisory Council to try to find accommodations that will make up and mitigate for some of the shortcomings of the platforms. A couple of those things are, we have tested mobile devices, for example, iPads that can recognize from the speech to text perspective, the raise your hand function. The other thing that we've tested that we haven't rolled out yet, but we're optimistic about is another online application that does allow keystrokes that would allow somebody who's visually impaired to raise their hand using keystrokes that then the clerk or secretary of that board or commission can see and call on that person. The final thing, and this is just a blanket categorical statement, is that anybody who wishes to speak on any item in any public meeting can always contact the clerk or of that board or commission and say, I would like to speak on number 2. Please make sure that I'm accommodated in that regard. Mr. Burnham does that with council meetings regularly. I think that's something we may consider putting on the agenda as a standard function for all public meetings to offer that, you know, email by say 5 o'clock the day before. They don't need to talk about and express all their thoughts about what they're going to speak on, just to say, I would like to speak. And so in short, we'll continue to do that. We're pushing LogMeIn to continue to innovate and develop these tools. And hopefully these meeting restrictions come to an end sooner than later, and we can go back to something that's fully accessible.
Thank you, Mr. Four. I'll continue to follow up with you on that item that I think is very important to all of our council members. Thank you. If there's no other objection, Ms. Snedden, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy that Mr. Four answered that question, and I have a question. If any platform is accessible and really want to support using the most accessible platform possible, and with gratitude to continue to work on making it has to be accessible to be a public meeting. I did have a question about the item 10, and since we did have a public speaker on it, and I had the same question about what are the plans of Visit Santa Barbara moving forward. I think in the staff report it says reassessing quarterly what the traveler sentiment is, but I'm wondering if we have maybe council direction on, I'll speak for myself that I am a little uncomfortable with, more than a little uncomfortable with the active advertising for people to come to Santa Barbara when we're in the middle of COVID. And I think in between the time of maybe when the staff report is considered and the funding is considered, things have changed yet again. So I am wondering how Visit Santa Barbara reconciles the current COVID directives and how their advertising is run.
Ms. Kathy Janega Dykes may be on the line. We'll check on that. In the meantime, Mr. Jordan.
Madam Chair, I was just going to point out that I know she's on the line and she's available for questions.
Then we're waiting for the clerk to bring her to us. Thank you.
Ms. Janega Dykes, you are unmuted and you may go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council. First of all, I'm so grateful for the long and successful partnership between the City of Santa Barbara and Visit Santa Barbara and the challenges raised during this crisis really makes our organization's work even more critical than in previous local disasters. So by asking for your renewed support today, I'm mindful that the contract before you is for an entire year. As Councilmember Sneddon previously referenced, we are operating on a quarterly basis because we really can't predict what the next 6 months will be. This partnership with us will not only pay off just this week or next month, but certainly when things begin to change, the hard-fought years of recovery to come. I don't know whether everyone's aware, hotel occupancy has fallen to only about 45%, which is about half of what it typically would be at this time of year. So business is about 50% of what it typically would be. And really our immediate task right now in response to your question is really keeping Santa Barbara relevant in the minds of future customers. So when the time is right, we really need them to choose our beautiful place over the many other competing West Coast destinations. So to that end, our digital advertising campaign prioritizes overnight visitors over day visitors. And this is really a much smaller set of travelers who have the largest impact on the economy, but a smaller footprint certainly on our community. Simultaneously, we are also working to discourage group gatherings rightly prohibited by the current health order. Instead, our sales team is really focusing on booking meetings and events in 2021, 22, or beyond. But additionally, I think it's important to note that our organization has pivoted in a way that I've never seen before. And we are focusing on the best practices to really promote safe and responsible tourism. We just recently reopened the State Street Visitor Center, and we are encouraging mask wearing and outdoor recreation. We actually have masks that we are distributing for free from that location as well. In multiple industry communications, we've amplified our updated county health orders. This month, we actually coordinated the distribution of thousands of procedure masks and hundreds of gallons of hand sanitizer. And these are supplies that are meant for hotel workers and guests to keep the visitors safe, the hotel workers safe, and our communities safe. We launched a brand new Hospitality Heroes recognition program, and this celebrates and really recognizes our frontline workers who are going over and beyond in their dedication to fighting COVID. And we're also endorsing a statewide clean and safe certification program for our local hotels. And I'm so pleased to report that Santa Barbara now has more certified hotels than even Los Angeles. There are other things that we're doing. We also have How to Be a Healthy Traveler guide on our website, again, encouraging distancing, mask wearing, and certainly enjoying our outdoor space. We also have a toolkit for our hospitality industry so that they can also use that for their own purposes. We're also creating signs for our lodging industry so that they can be inserted in all of the hotels too. So in conclusion, if I could just mention a couple things, I will offer you 3 commitments for the next year. One is we promise to cooperate with the professionals at County Public Health. And we have started that ongoing dialogue with them. And in fact, we had a very productive teleconference with them today to discuss messages for healthy travel. And in, number 2 is the funds inside this contract are going to be managed to give the maximum benefit to the community. It's about saving local jobs, as many as possible, but also influencing safer travel behavior for the few guests who we are currently receiving. And I hope that you're noticing all of our emails, our social media posts, our website articles, and media interviews that are really blending these imperatives. And this is the last thing, our work with our travelers and our local industry will consistently reinforce health travel precautions. Our local residents, our visitors, and our businesses insist on us getting this right. We're all residents. We all work in this community. We are very passionate about keeping this community safe. Thank you.
Thanks. Did you have a question for Ms. Janega Dykes, Ms. Snedden?
No, Madam Mayor, just thank you for that clarification. I think it's really important for our community to know, and recognizing that this contract goes into the next year. And I really appreciate the ongoing sensitivity to not overloading our community with visitors, but that also we will be moving past this in the future. So thank you for taking the time for answering that. And I'll support the motion.
Thank you so much. Ms. Clerk, did you have something to add? I know that I need on number 12 to open and close the public hearing on that item. Were you trying to remind me of that? You're muted, Ms. Gorman. That's twice on you today. My
What's
goodness.
with me? I don't understand. Madam Mayor, great on the public hearing timing. I also wanted to briefly unmute Matt Lowe. It sounded like he did start speaking when we'd called on Kathy Janega Dykes, and I just wanted to confirm he did not have a comment for consent.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Lowe, if you'd like to speak on consent, please go ahead. Matt Lowe, please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful. Breath of fresh air. Hello again. This issue is really important. I'm an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for 5 years now. I've used many of the video conferencing platforms even before COVID. Many of them have been around. GoToMeeting/GoToWebinar, known as Citrix, is historically not accessible, and they have been made aware of this since the time that I have started using them about 5 years ago, and have not made it accessible, have not sought consulting as far as I'm aware, and thus is seen in their product. I am blind and visually impaired, and as one of the users from what your accessibility task force recognized, it is not accessible. I have to use some assistance to make it usable. As you noticed, I was not able to click the unmute button or to have difficulty clicking the raise hand button. This is not acceptable. And this is an organization business that has historically not made their product accessible. And so I was frustrated when I first started attending the video-based city council meetings, seeing that you were using GoToMeeting without, seeking input from the disability community. But I think in support of the disability community, I would really, Zoom is a wonderful alternative. I know many of you use it, and it is all accessible, wonderfully made. They seek input from the community, from people in the disability community. But to use your institutional power and to go against ableism and to really, seek consulting from the disability community. I myself am a consultant and would love to work with Citrix. I live right across the street from them, I have lived across the street from them. I know exactly where they are, how to get there. And yes, so if you could speak up against ableism within the technology world, that would be really appreciated. Utilizing your institutional power and, voting with your dollar, I guess, as they say. So thank you for hearing this and listening to your accessibility task force and me today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe. We really appreciate your participation. And like I said, I will follow up with Mr. Four in the administrator's office to resolve these issues. So thank you again. We opened the public hearing on number 12 and there was no one speaking to that, so we'll close it. We'll close public comment in general on the consent calendar. Mr. Jordan, do you have a motion to move our consent calendar forward?
Happy to make the motion, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a second from another council member?
Second.
And a second from Mr. Friedman. Ms. Clerk, would you take a roll call vote, please, as required by remote participation?
Yes. And this is the vote on the consent motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Freeman. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye. Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes, with the caveat to continue to work on that accessibility issue. Thank you.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Murillo.
Aye. That was unanimous. Thank you very much. We moved our consent calendar forward. That brings us to our first administrative item, which is the civilian police review systems. We won't take a break for another 50 minutes or so. So let's go ahead and dive right into this. Ms. Clerk, would you read that into the record? And it looks like our city attorney is getting ready. Go ahead, please.
And this is item 13, civilian police review systems.
Mr. Kalan, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. You'll recall that on June 9th, the council asked us to prepare a survey to explain both to the council and community the options available for civilian police review systems. Today, Assistant City Attorney John Doimus will make our presentation. Assistant City Attorney Tom Shapiro and I are here and available for questions. I want to emphasize something, though, particularly given some of the public comments we heard. Our work is only a survey. We tried to lay out the range of options for civilian police review. We have not expressed any preference or recommendation for any particular system. We think, as you know, that is the council's role with the community. So with that, let me turn it over to Mr. Doimus. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Today's presentation will provide an overview of the main civilian review models that currently exist. I also will discuss what currently is in process for the City of Santa Barbara, what we have in place in terms of boards, commissions that relate to at least police accountability, because that's what this really is about. And I want to echo Mr. Colon's sentiment that this presentation does not conduct a review on the Santa Barbara Police Department's policy practices, nor do I make any recommendation in favor of any particular review system. What I do want to add into this presentation is that in looking at the research out there, the most successful approach to establishing a civilian review system does involve full community input as well as police department input. That is needed to actually foster a good dialogue to have a successful community civilian review system. The terms civilian review, civilian oversight, civilian boards are one and the same. So for the purposes of consistency, I want to just use the word civilian review. Next slide, please. What is civilian review? Essentially, again, it's police accountability, but it's police accountability from the outside, from members who are not part of the police department, from the community members, who then can provide input into the operations of the police department. Next slide, please. I want to give it a little historical analysis in terms of civilian review. There are three time periods that most researchers on this topic focus on. The first period focuses in the 1920s and 1960s. These civilian reviews came about from social unrest from police departments with minority communities. There were a handful that were established, mainly in large cities like Washington, D.C., New York, Philadelphia, Chicago. But they were considered underfunded review models that essentially looked at already completed police investigations and made recommendations as to those investigations. They were very underfunded and really didn't look to see until the 1960s and going into the 70s, where you saw an emergence now of more modern forms of civilian review. These, from the 60s and 70s, these were byproducts of the civil rights movement, in particular the police department's treatment of the African-American community. And with that, you saw the emergence of true investigatory civilian reviews, that had the power of issue subpoenas to investigate independently any police misconduct. And also the creation of potentially hybrid systems, which gets into the 1990s. Now, the third period is from the 1990s to the present day period. I do want to present a caveat to that. With the current incident, the injustice with George Floyd and everything, that 5 years from now, there could be a new model or new structures that are formed after this, because in 1990, you saw in March of 1991, you saw the issue of the Rodney King beating, the videotaping of it from the Los Angeles Police Department. And that spurred upon a whole increase of civilian reviews across the country, where you saw more investigatory, kind of a shift away from review models. And also you saw an increase of hybrid, which is a new form of police review, which I'll get into shortly. Next slide, please. So in looking at civilian reviews, I kind of give a historical viewpoint of that. In the early 1920s, you saw a handful and a growth and spurt on these from the last 20 years. Today, there are over at least 150 civilian type review bodies throughout the nation, 33 at least in California, 16 in charter cities like the city of Santa Barbara. In looking at them, there are different types. There are boards, there are commissions, there are independent auditors, there are monitors. No two are alike. And the structure of how they're developed are also different. For example, the appointment of boards, they can be appointed in attachment 4 of our study report. We looked at 25 different civilian reviews across the country, a primary focus in California, both in cities large and small. And they differ in terms of how members of civilian review are appointed. They can be appointed by, if it's a district, a city that has districts, by each member of the district, with the mayor appointing the chair. It varies. Also, in terms of certain commissions have required training. Indianapolis stood out for, they require 16 hours a year ride-alongs with the police department, as well as 20 hours of training into police department policy and practices. Also, the objective of who they report to. Some commissions report to are the final word or final authority. Some report to a police chief, some report to a city manager, and some report to city councils on their findings. And of course, the powers, which I'll get into in terms of models. Are they investigatory? Are they auditing, monitor in terms of looking at statistical analysis, or a combination of both? Next slide, please. So in looking at overall functions of civilian review, there are a lot of common, at least powers or authorities commissions, these boards or commissions may have, as well as common goals. There's a mixture, no two are alike, but in the research, one of the most important things to consider is first and foremost, what is the goal of the police department? What is the community goal in terms of how they want their police department to function in the community? Once that is established, then the characteristics or the goals or the objectives, I mean, in terms of the powers and authorities and given to this commission, can stem from that point on. Next slide, please. And these are some of the main types of functions of civilian oversight. As you'll see in the models, they can be broken down in terms of recommendation, conducting investigations, and reviewing policies and procedures. Next slide, please. The overall goal, as I was saying early on, is to look at what is types of goals you want to do. And so here are some of the major type of goals that a lot of these commissions look at. Some of them are deterring misconduct or protecting civil rights. The amount of goals could be limitless, but the purpose is to find what the goal first is and then develop a civil review after that. Next slide, please. So the National Association of Civilian Oversight and Law Enforcement identified 4 major models or structures. This organization is nonprofit. It was developed in 1995. Those 4 models, which I'll discuss shortly, are investigation focused, review focused, audit and monitor focused, and a hybrid model. Next slide, please. Investigation focused can vary on how it's constructed. They can do independent investigations that are done by, that are staffed by investigators, independent investigators who are licensed and who are licensed according to the Business Profession Code and are properly trained. They can either conduct simultaneously police investigations. They can actually replace an internal affairs bureau for a police department. Usually the investigators report to a commission. They have the powers to issue, they have very broad powers. They can issue subpoenas. They can conduct their own investigations. And next slide, please. Review focused are what we saw in the 1920s. Generally, they don't have the subpoena power or the investigatory power you would see normally in investigation. They can look at a completed investigation by the police department, concur or disagree with the findings. They also can look at reviews and policies of the police department and make recommendations, whether that recommendations can go to the police chief or would go to city council. The Fire Police Commission, which I'll discuss later, initially started off historically as a review-based commission. I'll explain their interesting history shortly. Next slide, please. And audit and monitor focus is a more frequent phenomenon from the 1960s. From there, you saw looking at hiring analysts. This would be the second most costly type of board compared to investigatory. And I want to touch why investigatory quickly is the most expensive. With that type of model, you have to hire trained investigators, and it requires a lot of hours in terms of actually conducting investigations to fulfill their duties and responsibilities. Auditor monitors are also similar in terms of hiring analysts who compile data and to look at trends into police issues. They can look at trends into, for example, misconduct, use of force. They can break it down to use of force issues when it comes to race, gender, break it down to even district. So they also will make strong recommendations in terms of policies. Investigatory models are very strong in terms of creating confidence in the community, in terms of what, looking at the investigatory complaint process. Auditor and monitor models focus on more systemic changes going forward with police departments. Next slide, please. Hybrid systems are a combination of 2, and there's usually a 2-tier structure for it. One type of structure could be that there are 2 separate boards. There could be a board that is auditor and monitor that's focused, for example, with analysts that look at policies and procedures of a police department, or there could be a separate investigatory model that conducts investigations into police departments, whether they do it along with the internal affairs department or they conduct it or replace it separately. That is one type of hybrid system. The other type of hybrid system is where one board or one commission has dual functions. Again, the costs depend on what type of model or what type of construct you have. If you have to hire both analysts and investigators for this type of board, if you want to construct one. Next slide, please. I want to touch a little bit into the existing laws and practices of the police department. Currently, the Santa Barbara Police Department has a professional standards division. It is staffed by one internal affairs investigator. However, investigations can also be allotted to other higher up ranked police personnel. Could be other sergeants or lieutenants or captains who conduct an investigation. A couple years ago, there was a change in terms of the organizational structure of the standards professional division. Think of it as a separate island or a tree branch where the professional standards investigator stands alone in the organizational chart, separate from any captain lieutenant. He or she would only answer the police chief. They have independent autonomy in terms of conducting their investigations. What they normally do is they receive they take a complaint, whether it can be internal or an external citizen complaint. They investigate it and they make independent findings as to policy violations. They do not recommend any type of discipline. Generally, the discipline is decided by both the captain, who the employee is under. So, for example, if the officer in question is an investigator, the captain oversees the investigation department, would recommend discipline in conjunction with human resources. And that's key because not only do you want to remain consistent in terms of accountability, we also want to be consistent in terms of preventing any disparate impact or treatment complaints by the employees, that you're treating different employees differently based on race or gender. Once the discipline is issued, the next step in due process is that the officer can appeal it to what's called a Skelly hearing. And that's before the police chief. The police chief can choose to sustain the discipline, or could reverse it, or modify it. Then the next level of discipline goes to what is the Civil Service Commission in the chart. The Civil Service Commission was created under the city charter. The Civil Service Commission's power is under, they review any cases that involve demotion, termination, or suspension. It's a regular hearing where both sides present evidence, and the commission makes a decision on whether to uphold that discipline or reverse it. Both sides can choose to appeal that within 90 days of a decision before Superior Court. I do want to add, an employee does not have to choose that route. They can also choose to file a lawsuit. But once you go through the Civil Service Commission route, that is the option you must do.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I wanted to add at this point a note, really a footnote, and that's how we handled it in the report, about the city charter. As Mr. Doimus has identified, the charter has created a board of fire and police commissioners, and their duties include making recommendations to the city council and city administrator on rules and regulations for the police department. In addition, the Civil Service Commission, as Mr. Doimus mentioned, is part of the police disciplinary process in many instances. You've heard from public comment at the outset 2 other areas where charter work might be required. The first is new legislation we talked about at the start of this year that would allow non-citizens to participate on city boards and commissions. Because of the way our charter is written, that would require a charter amendment for the charter identified boards and commissions. So if the council wishes non-citizens to be able to participate in civilian review, we will potentially need to look at the charter. Secondly, a couple of public commenters mentioned gender diversity. There is state law that we talked about at the beginning of the year that by 2030 requires the city to have no more than 60% of any single gender on boards and commissions. I would suggest that at this early kind of brainstorming stage, the council and community should be aware that charter amendments may be necessary or warranted, both because of the Fire and Police Commission and Civil Service Commission, but also to address the community desire for permanence with civilian review. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kawan. Carry on, Mr. Doimus.
Thank you. The Board of Fire and Police Commissioners currently are quasi-review administrative body. They do review the issuance of dance permits. They can conduct tow hearings, but they only are allowed to make recommendations into policies or procedures of the police department or the hiring of the police chief. They don't have any ability to institute any recommendations. What's interesting is, as I mentioned earlier, the Fire and Police Commission was created in the 1920s. It was originally a very powerful commission, similar to commissions created in cities like Los Angeles or San Francisco, where they have the ability to establish salaries, actually do the hiring of the police chiefs, and as well as make institute policy recommendations. In 1967, the city council decided to reconfigure their powers and allow the police department and fire department to operate independently of any commissions. So therefore, currently their state of power is strictly to provide an advisory role or hold administrative hearings, for example, on an issue of, as I mentioned, dance permits or tow hearings. Next slide, please. I want to discuss a little bit about the state and federal accountability laws in terms of at least relating to the police department. The first one is the California Penal Code. This is A32.5. This is the process that explains how, or the requirement of how citizen complaints are received. What this mandates is that police departments must have a procedure in place to take complaints, to investigate them, and to provide such information of how to do so and make it available to the public. We currently have this information online. We also have a complaint form, both online or in person in the police department. And any citizen can drop off a complaint either at the police department or City Hall, like the clerk's office. Assembly Bill 953 is something that was passed in 2016. The purpose of this bill was to collect data, require police departments to collect data on any issues or complaints made of racial profiling or racial identity. It also expanded the definition of what's considered racial profiling or identity to be more inclusive. The requirement for each department, police department across the state then, is to provide such data to the California Department of Justice. And what the California Department of Justice does is look at that data and provide a report every July 1st as to issues on racial profiling or identity. This is similar to work that auditor monitors would typically do. Senate Bill 1421 expands also the California Penal Code section 832.7 and 832.8. This deals with the California Public Records Act. Prior to this passage of this bill, police records in terms of investigations were prevented from being disclosed. The only procedure out there to obtain such records is what's called a Pitches proceeding, or Pitches hearing. A Pitches hearing is where a criminal defendant or a civil plaintiff or defendant can file a motion with the court to try to obtain police records in terms of misconduct investigations. That no longer is required for certain categories. And those categories are anytime there's a discharge of a firearm against a person, use of force that results in great bodily harm or death, cases of sexual assault committed by a police officer, or acts of dishonesty. Under these four categories, people can request records of the entire investigation file, minus certain redactions to protect addresses or personal information that's contained in these reports. Also, these reports, cities are allowed to, or departments are allowed to complete their investigations before these reports are released. However, if the investigation takes too long, I believe 180 days, then those reports may have to be issued. So it adds an extra layer of pressure to complete timely investigations. Speaking of investigations, the next on the list is a Police Officer Bill of Rights. These are the protections afforded to officers during investigations. So, for example, officers are allowed to, before any interview, are allowed to be notified of what the nature of the complaint is. They are allowed to know who the investigators are going to be. The requirement that any investigation, the receiving of a complaint and the issue of what the discipline level is going to be must be done within 1 year, except minor exceptions such as workers' comp fraud, or if the officer is facing criminal charges, that 1 year deadline can be extended. This is very important to note. For example, if there was an investigatory process, the investigator must be trained in terms of all these rights that are afforded to police officers. The next is issue on the PowerPoint. There's Brady versus Maryland. That's a federal court case that went before the U.S. Supreme Court that requires the disclosure of certain exculpatory information by the prosecution team. When I say the prosecution team, that includes both the police department and the district attorney's office. typically what's done is if there are any issues that, when I say exculpatory, a perfect example, and the most common example is acts of dishonesty. If a current officer has act of dishonesty in his file or finding of that, the district attorney's office is generally notified of that, and that must be disclosed to the defendant. And the importance of that is that it can be used to impeach the credibility of the officer. A lot of cities, especially major cities, have what's called Brady officers still within the department. And for example, Los Angeles at one time, about 5 years ago, had several hundred of them. The district attorney's office told the Los Angeles Police Department they would not prosecute any cases where those officers are involved. The final I want to talk about is United Code Section 1983. This was created out of, in 1871, the Ku Klux Klan Act, where it, to ensure that 14th Amendment protections are given. What this currently does, it's extended to the states in the 1970s. It applies in two ways. It allows a plaintiff or a person who's a victim of police misconduct to file a lawsuit if there's a policy in place that affects a person's civil rights. When I say policy, it could be a city policy, it could be a department policy. It also allows an individual to bring a personal lawsuit against the officer for violating their civil rights. And if they prevail, they are allowed attorney's fees as well as damages in terms of their case. Next slide, please. I want to allow Mr. Kahlon to discuss this right here on recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Doimus. Madam Mayor, members of the council, I do want to be very careful and specific in explaining these recommendations because I've seen public comments that I think misunderstand our intention. The recommendation really is asking the city council to design a public engagement process to involve the community in deciding how best to proceed. Who leads that process, how the council wishes to go forward is purely your choice. I did not mean to suggest that we were in a leading role. In fact, the request to designate other city staff is really a recognition that as a support function, our law office will have to be involved, but as a matter of policy, somebody else should be in the lead. So that's our main recommendation. The second recommendation is that if there are other issues around this topic, the council may wish to provide direction on that as well. We'd be happy to answer questions.
The floor is open for questions from the council members. Ms. Harmon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Doimus. This was a really thorough overview of a clearly extremely complicated area of policy. I have a lot of questions about the nitty-gritty, but I'm going to try to avoid those for today and just kind of ask some bigger picture questions because it seems like that's really where we should be focused. One of the things that I've heard a lot about from a lot of different people, and in my own work have seen the importance of, is subpoena power on a civilian review board. I'm hoping you can explain to us what exactly subpoena power means. And I also was hoping you could talk to us about how that relates to whether a board is advisory or has ultimate authority. Because I think a lot of people are conflating the concept of subpoena power with the ultimate authority or capacity of a board to direct action. So can you explain those sort of two separate concepts and disentangle them for us a little bit?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon. I'll give an example of how it works currently and in explaining subpoena power. When we need to interview a current employee or get information from a current employee, we can administratively direct that employee to answer questions and participate in interviews. If they fail to do so, that would be considered in its own an act of insubordination and can be disciplined on. And the reason for that is an employer has a right to know what's going on in their workplace, the conduct. Where subpoena comes in is where we don't have that ability. It's third parties, it's outside parties. It could be civilian witnesses, it could be businesses or records. We don't have that ability to administratively order them to either appear for interview or to provide that. So that's what subpoena power can do. A commission or a board or civilian board can issue a actual subpoena, like you would normally see a court do. And that subpoena is served upon that party, and failure to either do what the subpoena requests or act upon it can cause penalties. What would normally happen is we would still need a court to actually take the subpoena and in terms of contempt, and the court would actually have to either order the person or hold them in contempt. One board already has subpoena power currently in the city, the Civil Service Commission. They can issue subpoenas on non-city employees. So for example, if a party needed a civilian to appear at the hearing, what would normally happen is a subpoena would be issued as a matter of practice and policy for that board to ensure they appear. And failure to appear would then constitute potentially contempt.
Okay.
And was there a
yeah, sorry, it was a very long question. Can you
Sure, it's
also
okay.
talk a little bit about the ultimate outcome of a decision in a particular, let's say, complaint? Whether the board, does it automatically have authority to issue disciplinary actions? Is their authority just advisory? Is that a decision that can be made? And can you talk a little bit about that? What's the outcome?
Sure, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Hartman, that all depends on the construct of the board, how the community input wants to institute that powers. The majority of the commissions out there that are investigatory, what they do is they make recommendations of policy violations, or they actually determine policy violations. And then it is up to a separate, could be the police chief, to issue the discipline. It's not to say that the board can't do that. There are some that do that, but it all depends on how this board or commission or review body is constructed, what powers are delineated to it. So that's specifically something that would be created later on down the road. But there are examples of all of that, where a board will be one that does both issue discipline and recommend, issue findings and recommend discipline. It's important to note that regardless of that, there is due process involved, and they wouldn't be the ultimate decider internally. They could, for example, here, if that was the case, all employees are entitled to go before the Civil Service Commission to have be the final hearing internally for their discipline.
Okay, thank you. And then in my final question, and this may be putting the cart before the horse a little bit, so feel free to punt on it. But I'm just curious about how collective bargaining rights play into this conversation, and at what point would those rights that have been bargained for be brought forward to be discussed in this context? I'm trying to understand the process of how we can get to a final system and what needs to be considered along the way. So whoever wants to take that.
Let me take that. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, we're there now. We're at a point where the city administrator's office has initiated communication with the Police Officers Association. And as you go forward, those conversations are necessary as a function of labor law. Whether changes in the bargaining agreements are needed, that's premature. We would hope not, but there is considerable power in their bargained contracts, at least until those contracts expire.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Ms. Snedden, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question. First of all, just thank you for this very thorough and excellent, the documents provided with the agenda report and the presentation. Really thank you for that. So I just had a question about if we were going to have informational public workshops conducted not by the city attorney and city staff, what would be some options for who could conduct those informational workshops? And understanding completely that, of course, there has to be work in conjunction with the city attorney's office for all of this to work. But I'm just thinking about, really having a supportive environment where there's no question about the integrity of the process. what could be an outside entity?
Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, the council has on occasion used outside assistance for specialized marketing campaigns. And I can imagine that independent facilitation of community workshops would be a good thing. Again, I feel that our office will have a supporting role one way or another. Frankly, we're not really the people in the organization who are best at running a community workshop anyway. So perhaps Mr. Casey has some recommendations on those other staff that we've asked you to designate.
And I suppose the answer to that can wait, but just, I guess, there could be a mechanism to have independent outside. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions from the council? Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Colon, I kind of had that same question written down, but I guess the follow-up would be in the survey that attachment 4 you did. That was not one of the questions you looked at or sought out as to how some of those cities or munis got to where they've arrived at by, did they do it internally? Did they find a facilitator and pay for it? Is that a unanswered question at this point?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, yes, from my standpoint. Mr. Doimus?
Yeah, and providing some of these cities, some cities did hire outside independent consultants to run the workshops. Especially in the last 10 years, the majority have done that. It didn't come internally.
So there are people out there, we could argue about later whether we like those people or not, but there are people out there who you're not reinventing the wheel and have done this questionably successfully or not with other entities before.
Yes, and Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, we're somewhat hesitant on that issue only because we're looking for council direction.
Understood.
In terms of, okay.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Well, I'll take up the question there because we got a really interesting communication from a group called the Committee for Criminal Justice Accountability. And one of their suggestions, and we got some other emails too over the last week or so, from people saying that there should be a committee of community members who would lead the discussions. And I would call it Mr. Casey to ask, our city, we have the resources. We're really good actually at holding workshops. They're always better in person. And I'm sorry to say we're kicking off this process during a pandemic. So these conversations would be virtual. So how would we, if we looked to the suggestion to create a Blue Ribbon Commission or some kind of committee? I know when we, Mr. Casey, thanks, Mr. Dormis, because I have a question for you too. Don't go too far.
Okay.
When we formulated the Measure C Oversight Committee, we had an application process and people sent us their reasons for wanting to serve, their resumes, their CV, their experience. And then the council ended up appointing people. Mr. Casey, what advice would you have about putting together a temporary commission to help us walk through this process?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I've heard kind of two concepts just in the last conversations you've had. So happy to listen some more and then give you some more feedback. One, if you wanted to create a Blue Ribbon Committee or something, that is something councils have done in the past. It's a pretty straightforward process. You have been successful in getting applications and having some sort of process that then council chooses from. I think that's important that council chooses this committee. It needs some sort of structure and you need decide what the makeup of the committee is and maybe what some priorities are for participation, and then ask for applications from the community. But I'm also hearing is whether city staff would help facilitate that outreach process and staff that committee, or whether you would want to hire an outside entity to do that as well. As Mr. Doima says, I think we could go to other cities and say, who did you use? Who was effective? You know, in the planning world, we do that fairly regularly. You could hire a facilitator to help facilitate a process or something. And so those are options. I don't have a great idea off the top of my head, but I think that is something we can pursue. The only downside is it's money, and money is tight right now from a budget perspective. So going outside and hire someone to facilitate this process, I think one of the policy considerations is just the expenditure of funds, but I think it's very doable.
Right, and when we did the Measure C Oversight Committee, we all appointed, and then they chose a chair among themselves, which was an interesting process to watch. And we could create categories. Is that what you meant by the makeup of it? So there would be representatives, possibly from Healing Justice or the community, some representatives from law enforcement, people with some background in that. We would have to have representatives related to the Latino community. I saw some note about people with disabilities, maybe the gender. We would have to have a gender balance, so a diversity balance. So, I mean, I know we don't have to decide everything today, but I guess that's worth exploring if we, of course, kept the city attorney's office because they understand the legal and the labor issues. You know, they would be part of the process. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I don't have a question for you, Mr. Casey. I was just exploring this idea of creating something where the community is involved. Ms. Gutierrez, did you want to come back, or any other questions at this point? I think we could actually take a break to give some respite to our interpreters and to our technical people before we go to public comment. I don't see anyone else appearing to ask questions. Okay, we'll be in recess for 10 minutes and come back and do public comment on this item number 13. Thank you. and we're about to go to public comment, and we already got some public comment and took good notes. So let's go ahead and do more. How many people do you think? Should we go with 3 minutes? Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we do have 5 people that have raised their hands so far, 27 total, but those could be for the 2 items that there's public comment for.
And let me say thank you for your patience. Those of you who are waiting for number 14, the appeal related to the tree, we'll get to you. Thank you. So let's do 3 minutes and start public comment. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Our speakers are going to be Eve Sanford, Lizzie Rodriguez, Marge Caffarelli, Nancy White, and Trish Fancher. Eve Sanford, please go ahead. Eve Sanford, please go ahead. We'll come back to Ms. Sanford. Lizzie Rodriguez. Lizzie Rodriguez, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. I've called in today to support the directive for city attorney and other staff to conduct a collaborative and inclusive public workshop regarding the development of a civilian review body. The development of a CRB is in alignment with the goals of the city and the Santa Barbara Police Department of adopting 21st century policing practices and also in alignment with community-oriented policing. I ask that this process not be rushed, as the development of such a body is critical to the process of developing a trusting and collaborative relationship among all community members. It is time that we reimagine and reshape a new reality and a new lived experience for our community. Santa Barbara's response to the COVID crisis is helping us see that what was once perceived as impossible is actually very much possible. Free COVID testing has been made available for individuals without insurance. Housing placement for vulnerable homeless has become possible. Closing State Street to traffic and developing a pedestrian promenade. All of this was once seen as impossible, yet it's a reality today. As Attorney Doimus mentioned, we already have a Fire and Police Commission, which I'm a member of, so we don't need nor want to recreate or duplicate that body. What we want and are ready for are concrete steps to heal and strengthen police community relationships. With thoughtfulness, time, and intentional inclusive collaboration, we have the opportunity to support a progressive community-oriented policing department. So much progress has been made under the leadership of Chief Lori Luno, but more needs to be done and more can be reimagined. The COVID crisis has shown us that we have the ability to recreate a new reality. So let's do so. And you have the power to do so. So please vote yes to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marge Caffarelli, then Nancy Weiss, Trish Fancher, Chelsea Lancaster, Anna Marie Gott, Dylan Griffith, Eric Field, Frank Rodriguez, and Eve Sanford. Marge Caffarelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. I really found this to be such an interesting topic on your agenda today. I wasn't going to stay for the whole meeting, but was really compelled to. And I think that City Attorney Doimus, Assistant City Attorney Doimus made a great presentation. I do believe that diversity, and when I say diversity, individuals with disabilities, Black Lives Matter, Latinx, healing justice, LGBTQ individuals all need to be brought into the conversation. And, facilitated meetings with these groups will really help to inform what this board should look like. And if this is a board or an agency, I don't know. I know that some communities have done away with boards and created agencies. But I do believe that inclusive diversity is necessary for all of these different organizations to come together in our community and have confidence in our police force and our city government for that matter. We have a police chief in Lori Lunow, who I think has done a lot with our police department and should be also brought into the conversation. I just think it's great that you're taking this on at this time. There is so much for all of us to learn as it relates to all of the things that have been brought up in the last several months since the George Floyd event. And I know for one, I am spending a lot of time listening and learning. I thought I knew so much, but now I realize that I know so little. And so I really hope that you take the time to listen to all of these communities, not in one room all together, but individually, so that all of their voices individually can be heard. So I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Nancy Weiss, then Trish Fancher, Chelsea Lancaster, Anna Marie Gott. Nancy Weiss, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I really appreciate the presentation today and looking at an environmental scan of what different kinds of civilian review boards have taken shape across our country, and a good history lesson for all of us. Good time to pay attention to that. First off, I want to add my support to the demands by Healing Justice. Any kinds of, whether it's facilitated process, let alone whatever civilian review board ends up being formed, should of course be truly representative of our most impacted communities. And at this point, I don't see any other way forward besides a body that has very strong investigatory and subpoena powers, staffing, and a budget. I think we all know that when groups are only advisory, there's only so much they can get done, and clearly there's lots to do. I would also say that this is a huge opportunity for leadership for the city, and I really appreciate you stepping deeply into it. I think this is helpful for the Sheriff's Department as well, which of course we all know in part serves other small cities in Santa Barbara County, and I hope they're listening well. I really want to thank Councilmember Harmon for bringing up union contracts and how they might have bearing. I think that's been missing from the conversation so far, and I was glad to see the POA was present today. I imagine you're listening, and I think that's really important. We all need to hear from you and understand what kinds of policies and practices you have in place in those contracts, and really want to know that you are engaged and willing to, through action, as you said, make the changes that are needed to break any parts of the system or to fix any parts of the system that are broken. I'm glad you're looking at the city charter and any changes. I would, of course, encourage that. And then if you move into doing facilitated meetings, a few thoughts. One, accessible meetings. I listened to earlier around GoToMeeting, and clearly this is not fully working. So I'd be happy to lend some ideas for truer accessibility. If you're partnering with community groups locally, I'd encourage you to offer them some resources to support you. And then as you look for facilitators, I would look locally as well as looking at other municipalities. We really want to make sure that we're not just continuing the same old practices, but that we're listening deeply, particularly to our Black and Brown community members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Trish Fancher, then Chelsea Lancaster, Anna Marie Gott, Dylan Griffith, Eric Field, Frank Rodriguez, and Eve Sanford. Trish Fancher, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you for your time. I'm calling also in support of Healing Justice and their demands for a citizen review board. In particular, this needs to not just be advisory power, but actual real power, not giving feedback, but have power to actually make systemic change in how policing happens here in Santa Barbara, and also make systemic change in how we can protect our communities here in Santa Barbara. I support that you want to have these workshops, these informal workshops, to work with community groups like Healing Justice, but I also want you to think about the labor of these workshops and who's going to get paid for them and who will be expected to show up to donate their labor for free. We cannot continue to ask the most marginalized to continue to labor for free. We cannot continue to ask them to do the heavy lifting of what it is to protect our communities constantly for free. This is exhausting for these organizers. And they've already given so much to our community. They've already given so much towards the safety and just community building work here in Santa Barbara. We can't continue to always ask for free labor from these folks. So resources for them would also be something that I think needs to be central to this plan of informal workshops. Thank you. I give my time.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Chelsea Lancaster, then Anna Marie Gott, Dylan Griffith, Eric Field, Frank Rodriguez, and Eve Sanford. Chelsea Lancaster, please go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your time today. Appreciate the presentation earlier and the public engagement starting around this process. Of course, here as a member of Healing Justice, wanting to elevate the demands that have been made. Again, the demands that have been brought forward were made in a very community-centered process. Again, more than 30 stakeholders representing all marginalized communities in particular that have been on the receiving end of police violence. Want to name as somebody who's been foreground in Santa Barbara, working with people coming out of jails and prisons, that we have a problem in this community, and people don't oftentimes report the things that have happened to them at the hands of the police because they're afraid to have to go to the organization, the department that harmed you, to file a complaint only to know that it's going to be investigated by the people who are also part of that system is re-traumatizing to victims. We know about the over-policing of our youth. We saw it during the proposed gang injunction. The Santa Barbara Police Department, while under new leadership, still has a lot of those same officers in place, and they brought together a ton of crimes that weren't actually crimes to justify the gang injunction. These were things like sitting, standing, loitering, public intoxication. Those are not violent crimes. And we've seen how the police budget has increased over $10 million over the last 10 years when we've seen a reduction in crime. The jail population has been reduced by over 40% due to COVID, and our community is not burning. We need to not invest $47 million into policing. I want to propose, as some of the other speakers have said, that if you don't make sure that these positions are paid, you're going to provide an inherent determinant to community who need support and need investment in their labor in order to participate. I believe that y'all should, if you provided a $40,000 stipend for 6 individuals, just like council, that would be 0.005% of the city police budget. We could also have formulating alternatives to incarceration, again, supporting community in loving ways when they're released from jails and prisons. What we have been doing now is not working. We're asking you all for oversight, for meaningful participation from the organizers and grassroots folks, especially Black and Brown folks and folks with disabilities who love this community, who have invested in it in a variety of ways and are asking for you to be courageous. We cannot continue the definition of insanity. Please reinvest, defund the police, and let's house and support our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott, then Dylan Griffith, Eric Field, Frank Rodriguez, Eve Sanford, and Jordan Hirsch. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. I believe staff really has enough on its plate right now, and that we need to look further afield for someone that is going to be running the meetings. Now, I understand that staff might help with coordinating a workshop, but the people that are running the meetings and that really understand what the city wants to get out of this effort and has experience actually putting something like this together really needs to be in charge of this effort. I think that, as I said, staff has enough on its plate. There's also, I think, a conflict of interest when you have someone from city staff actually proposing something or running a workshop for another city staff member over in the police department. So I think that really just needs to be separated. It will really show that you are, trying to be as transparent as possible and not have any undue influence on the process. The thing that I looked at when I read the report is really the hybrid models. I don't think any one model that I saw, was going to really fit for Santa Barbara, and I don't think it maybe was the best. But the hybrid models, and when I mean the hybrid models, I'm talking really about how this is structured in the community and how the individuals who will be on this board or this public agency, how they're going to be chosen. And I think it might be great to have a temporary appointment, maybe by the city council. But I think that next year, because it is the last year that we're going to have an election here run by the city, I think we actually need to have those individuals elected by the people from all of the districts. I think that extensive training is absolutely required, because you look at the boards that we've got now, and they don't have enough training to make the decisions that we're asking them to actually make. They can't even follow the Brown Act in many cases, let alone the guidelines that they are supposed to read that are 300 and 400 pages, and they get virtually no training. They have no competency in, and we expect them to make extraordinarily difficult decisions. And I do believe that this board or agency absolutely needs to have subpoena power, and that we really need to actually pay them. I don't believe that the amount that we pay our boards right now is sufficient to ensure that we have people that are completely trained and that really are going to spend the time necessary to make some of the crazy decisions that we ask them to make on a weekly
Thanks, Ms.
basis.
Scott. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Dylan Griffith. Dylan Griffith, please go ahead. Dylan Griffith, please go ahead. Dylan Griffith, we will come back to you. Next speaker is Eric Field. Eric Field, please go ahead. Eric Field, we will come back to you also. Frank Rodriguez. Frank Rodriguez, please go ahead. You can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Get a response.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
I'll send it. Yeah.
I definitely wanted to come today to say I support Healing Justice and Black Lives Matter, and for a civilian review board. As someone that grew up in Santa Barbara, in the Santa Barbara East Side, I've always wanted to make sure that we understand that we have community members that have had certain interactions with our local law enforcement, and especially with our local county jail, and that has really affected our community members. I remember, as someone who grew up in the East Side and being in a lineup with police as an elementary school kid after an incident that happened, it really traumatized me in the way I interacted in my community. As an elementary school, I didn't go outside really until junior high. So I think it's moments that we understand and have a community discussion in terms of how we look at community policing. How do we make sure that we have transparency and making sure that we voice the concerns and issues and troubles that folks have dealt with local law enforcement and the police into our communities. As someone that went to go work at the country club since junior high, and going into Hope Ranch and then coming back to my community, in the Lower East Side, and seeing the ways that different people were policed was just very evident. So I'm here in support of a conversation to really open this transparency, to build trust, because policing does push our communities into trauma, away from our, and also gentrifies and push out our communities from trusting and living here in the Central Coast. From folks that have been policed, then pushed into our local jail, and then connected with ICE and deported. And that's how a lot of my families was pushed out here, out of this city that I grew up in and appreciate and love. And I really do wish a lot of my family was still here. And I feel like this is a super important conversation to make sure this transparency is front and center. And really, again, want to elevate thank you to Healing Justice for elevating this conversation continually. This is not something new. They've been bringing this up, and it's something we need to do now. So thank you, and appreciate y'all for taking my time.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Next speaker.
Next speaker, Eve Sanford. Eve Sanford, please go ahead. Eve Sanford, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Eve Sanford. I'm calling to support the demands of Healing Justice Santa Barbara, and I want to support this effort here to create a civilian review board that would work to reform our police department and some of the practices that we've seen to date. I want to echo some of the comments that have been made that any type of volunteer committee that isn't paid is going to be prohibitive to a lot of the people who need to be at the table. And so I echo calls to pay people for their time and to make sure that this committee or this review board will be representative of our community. And I guess, furthermore, I'm just kind of wondering at large for more of an update on some of the earlier demands that have been made in previous meetings. I know that this one was focused specifically on the review board, but I feel like we've been having a conversation as a community about funding and practices and budgets. And so I'm very much looking forward to seeing some more action in all of those areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jordan Hirsch. Jordan Hirsch, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for the time today. I'm glad I was able to connect over my audio fairly easily. But I just wanted to, I didn't get to listen to the entirety of the presentation, but I was able to catch some of it. And as the board takes into account the survey and the results and all these community comments, I wanted to call in and similarly voice my support that this board seriously considers the demands put forward by Healing Justice. I want to emphasize the importance of this council to put in place a review board, not an auditor, which puts an emphasis on mirroring our community, including the most impacted folks. So LGBTQIA plus people, undocumented people, people with disabilities, formerly incarcerated, and with no more than 60% of one gender. I think that was one piece that I heard mentioned in the survey, was that is something that I think is in law by 2030 to assure that we have balance from a gender perspective, but that's 9 years away to get to that point. So I'd seriously hope we would consider starting to think about supporting that for now. The creation of a civilian review board should be led by the community. Don't hire experts without community knowledge directing this work, and civilian review board members or organizations that the experts collaborate with should be compensated for their work and empowered. Transparencies in these matters are critical, and community participation and collaboration is so important in order to reimagine a new way to think about our judicial system and to build trust and real change within our community, because we have a lot of problems. If you guys have even just going on next door in the past few weeks. This work matters, and the council should reflect that shared priority by investing in person-centered solutions, both financially and through representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Dylan Griffith, then Eric Field. then Christian Alonso. Dylan Griffith, please go ahead.
Okay, second time's a charm. Y'all can hear me, right? Yes, I made it. Beautiful. Okay, sorry, first time doing this from a phone. So, okay, so my name is Dylan Griffith. I'm the development director for Freedom for Youth. We're a community-based organization that serves Santa Barbara County. We work with both youth and young adults in and out of the justice system. Like I said, all over the county. For my personal experience in the past 2.5 years of working directly with Freedom for Youth, I have worked with 3 white people. And by worked with, I mean those are our constituents, the people that we serve, the people that we support as an organization. So there's obvious racial injustices going on in our local methods of policing and our methods of incarceration. You know, we cannot keep prioritizing the comfort of law enforcement over the lives, the well-being, and the access to equitable opportunities for folks that are most impacted by policing, specifically those being Black and brown people. Policing has historically been and continues to be a vessel of white supremacy that criminalizes and brutalizes not only Black and brown folks, but LGBTQIA plus folks, undocumented folks, folks with disabilities, and those who, of course, have been incarcerated, and doing so at disproportionate rates. So I really want to reinforce the need to have people who have been most impacted by policing, not only in the creation of this review board, but also the implementation and the further execution, and the need for them to be compensated as such for their labor. So standing in solidarity with Healing Justice Santa Barbara, I support the creation of a review board that includes the aforementioned groups who are most impacted by policing. You know, the community deserves transparency, and it's also demanding such. No more internal investigations. This board needs to be led by the community. Funding for the board and its members should be taken away from the police department's budget. It needs subpoena power, the ability to discipline not only officers individually, but also the department as a whole if it's warranted. And as far as the recommendations made by the city attorney today, ensuring that the community platform for engagement and participation in this process is made accessible for all the people who are most impacted by policing. Their experiences are the most important as to how we can not only research but investigate the police department in order to produce outcomes that result in things such as increased lifespan, increased well-being, and an increased sense of belonging in the Santa Barbara community, which I think is really important for the mission of Santa Barbara and City Council. And as far as hiring experts, I want to acknowledge that in addition to people who are considered experts in this field, those who have been most impacted by policing are, through their own life experiences, in fact, experts themselves on strategies of policing. Their own life experiences show how people have been policed. So the people that have grown up in communities that are hyper-policed and are hyper-criminalized within Santa Barbara, through their own life experiences and their own stories, they are in fact experts themselves. So please ensure that City Council is proactively communicating with all these people, of course, including Healing Justice Santa Barbara, and not just being reactive. And of course, as mentioned, ensure that these people are compensated for their labor.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Eric Field, then Christian Alonso. Eric Field, please go ahead. Eric Field, you are unmuted. Please go ahead. Mr. Field has left the meeting. Christian Alonso, please go ahead. Christian Alonso, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Okay, those were our last speakers on this item, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we'll close public comment then with thanks to everyone who participated in this final part and also earlier today. I see a couple of people still. Ms. Gutierrez, did you want to start the deliberative process, or do you have questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Could you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you.
I would like to recommend that we don't waste money in hiring an outside organization. I really don't believe that an outside organization can really bring much of a benefit to the issues that we have in our city. Like some of the people that called in for public comment, we have the experts here. I would also like to see that if we are going to have city staff, I think we need to have city buy-in. So we have accountability for city staff to be part of this. But I would also like if we hire organizations or we have people from outside organizations helping us with the community outreach, that if they belong from to a nonprofit, that we should have be able to give them money because they are providing a lot of information, their expertise and time. I think that's fair, especially when we're going to do the outreach part. But I would like to see accountability for both sides. I really want the city to follow through with their promises. I also want to highlight, I do stand strongly with the Black Lives Matter movement, and I think I'm so grateful to hear a lot of the public comments bringing up, the Latinx community, those with disabilities, the indigenous communities. And I really think that we really need to reach out to the grassroots community organizations and leadership out there. But we should also look into our own staff that have constant communication with the community and have them lead it instead of, one of the council members or city attorney. Definitely the city attorney is going to be involved, but I really want to see people that are in constant communication with the community members to be a part of this. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Harmon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I'm going to make some longer comments to sort of explain my perspective on civilian oversight in general, but I don't want to bury the lead too much, so I'll just start by saying that I am in agreement with Councilmember Gutierrez. I think on pretty much every point she made, I really appreciated what she laid out there. So I want to start first, of course, by thanking our city attorney and our assistant city attorney for the work they did to pull together this report. It's obvious to me in reading that it's just an incredibly complicated subject, and their ability to do this in communication with community members and to do it on such a compressed timeline is really impressive. So very much want to extend my appreciation to them for their work on this important subject. So I should also begin by stating that I'm in no way any kind of expert on civilian oversight. There are so many people in our own community who have so much more knowledge than I do on how these systems work and how they often don't work, both from an academic perspective and from a practical perspective. But with that said, civilian oversight is something that I have long, for many years, been a very vocal supportive of and supporter of, and have also been a sort of avid armchair researcher on issues related to civilian oversight. I point that out because what I really want folks who are listening to understand is that civilian oversight of police is not a new or novel concept. Civilian oversight is tried and tested, and when it's done effectively, it actually has proven to have really, really important benefits for the community. I've been involved in some cases peripherally and in other cases more directly with civilian oversight systems in a number of different cities across the United States. I was first introduced to the concept in New York City, where they have a really, really robust civilian oversight system, very imperfect though it may be. They have a totally independent investigatory agency where non-police investigators are hired as employees and then empowered with some degree of autonomy to investigate complaints that come through from residents. And then they make disciplinary recommendations to the police commissioner in New York City. They also have a mediation arm where police officers and community members can come together for facilitated conversation to move dialogue forward in a productive way. And I know that's been generally well received by residents of New York City. Obviously, we're not New York, and the scale and scope of that project is probably not going to be of the type that we implement here in Santa Barbara, but I describe it to you all because I really want to sort of sketch out one end of the spectrum of what we can consider applying in our city. There is a whole menu of options. I've also been involved on the other end of that spectrum in cities where there's just sort of an audit model and the review is farmed out to a third party, often law firm. I'm not supportive of that approach myself. I think it frankly totally misses the point of civilian oversight, but it is out there and it is within the range of what cities contemplate. I say all that simply by way of background because I don't believe that it's appropriate or helpful for me to opine today on what form of civilian oversight I think our city should implement. In fact, I don't think my opinion on this is even relevant to the equation. What I do think we should be talking about today is sort of the broad concept of civilian oversight. What is it meant to do? Let's really get at a coherent understanding of what civilian oversight can do for our community. And I'll start by saying that civilian oversight is not meant to be inherent indictment of our existing police force. It's really not conceptually meant to be a tool to punish. And I think it's really important as we move forward in the beginning of this process that we disentangle those two things. They're totally separate lines of inquiry. Civilian oversight of police is really, it's a step, it's an important step, but only one step in the process toward equitable policing in our community. Civilian oversight is about transparency, it's about accountability, and as many of the callers said today, it's about the self-determination of those who are most marginalized in our community. Civilian oversight is fundamentally about self-determination. And the research shows, this is a really important point, that effective civilian oversight actually leads to a decrease in incidents of use of force in a community and concomitantly increases a community's sense of trust and engagement with their law enforcement. Those, in my view, are the outcomes that we should be working toward. Those are sort of the lenses that we should be using when we consider any form or function for a civilian oversight system. I think I would also be remiss if I didn't acknowledge here that development of a system is incredibly complicated. As our assistant city attorney and the commenters made clear, there are a million different ways to put the pieces together, and each of those decisions have really important implications down the line for the efficacy of the system as a whole. And I think we need to understand that those decisions don't exist in a vacuum, right? So the choices we make about this system have real consequences down the line. If we get civilian oversight wrong, it's not a net neutral. If we get it wrong, the research shows that it actually has a negative effect on the sense of safety that individuals have in their community. So I say all that just to acknowledge that this is a really important topic. It's a serious set of decisions that we're about to make, and they're decisions that need to be made thoughtfully and carefully. Not to say we should be afraid of making decisions, certainly, but that we need to center the voices of those for whom this board is meant to bring into the conversation. We need to be guided by the input of those for whom the police department should work, guided by those for whom we work, and that's the residents of the city of Santa Barbara. You know, transparency and accountability, those are the hallmarks of good governance. Transparency and accountability are the guiding principles of any effective civilian oversight system. And those are the principles that are going to be guiding me as we move forward in the many discussions that are to come regarding civilian oversight system. So with that, I want to get to the actions that can be taken today. I know that was a very long intro, so I appreciate all of you sticking with me. I really appreciate the suggestion for an independent facilitator for these conversations, but I have to say, I feel some real discomfort with going outside of the community to hire what is likely a corporate facilitator. So I see Councilmember Snedden, but I'm just going to finish my comments if that's okay. I don't think that's warranted here, and I think that would really do us a significant disservice. But I do think that there needs to be some sort of process that is put in place so that we can ensure accountability in getting to an ultimate recommendation for what this board needs to look like to represent the needs and desires of our community. So to that end, in addition to facilitated workshops by those that are already doing the work in our community, I propose that we put together a time-limited community commission to do the research, to engage broadly with diverse groups of stakeholders, and to ultimately make a recommendation to this body as to the form and function of civilian oversight. You know, for better or worse, a civilian oversight system is an institutional process. So the institution does need to be involved in its formation. We've got to square our shoulders and do it. So it seems reasonable to me, pragmatic, and ultimately most productive for us to initiate a community commission. I'm envisioning something, you know, the number of members I'm relatively agnostic on, 9 or 11, whatever, but with membership guidelines, membership requirements that reflect what we're hearing from the community. I think we'd be smart to draft those guidelines in conversation with the groups that have already been working closely on this issue, particularly Healing Justice, Black Lives Matter, Santa Barbara. As I was reminded yesterday by that group, as well as by the commenters today, and I fully and wholeheartedly agree, it's imperative that membership of this commission reflects who we are. That means Black folks, that means people of color, that means trans folks, particularly trans people of color. That means folks with disabilities, Indigenous folks, formerly incarcerated folks have a really important role to play. And of course, the 60% of not any single gender, I think, is an important guideline as well. I would like to see those guidelines incorporated into a community commission process that then comes back to council for appointment as per our usual commissions. I think that seems fair and reasonable. And I think it's the most transparent option we have. Finally, I will close just by saying, I know it's really not that exciting to set up a process to develop another process. I hear that. And I want to acknowledge that bureaucratic systems like the one I'm proposing have historically excluded voices that most need to be heard in these conversations. We will do better. We will. When it comes to civilian oversight, I really believe that as an initial matter, the creation of a community commission is a necessary step. It's one that's nationally recognized as a best practice in terms of setting up effective civilian oversight. And I also think it's the one that's most likely to get us to the transparency and accountability that the community has demanded and that they deserve. So I will let my colleagues speak on this, but I would ultimately plan to make a motion to that effect when the time is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon. Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would happily second that motion when it comes time. I just want to clarify that when I was talking about an outside entity or facilitator, I meant outside of city employees. I didn't mean outside of our community. I didn't mean a professional brought in. I think I meant, you know, independent from city staff. So community members in our community forming that group facilitating. I in no way meant someone from outside our community coming in and running this discussion. So and so eloquently and thoroughly described by Councilmember Harmon. all beautifully stated. I also really support that having a citizen oversight committee or commission, either one, it gives us an opportunity to highlight what we're doing right as well. So this is not just looking at what isn't going well and looking for ways to make changes and to grow as an organization and be more responsive to members of our community, but it also gives us an opportunity to see where our progressive values in policing are really leading the way in some instances, and gives us a chance to talk about it openly and transparently and have that be known for the whole community. So I am very supportive of the process that's being laid out. And I do think it should be facilitated by an independent from our community. So I don't know who that would be exactly. I mean, people have written in with different suggestions of Healing Justice, or I heard one suggestion at Community Table, or different nonprofits or some other independent of the city entity to help facilitate those conversations. And our first speaker, it was someone from Healing Justice who mentioned that they've already met with, maybe it was Chelsea Lancaster mentioned, they've met with over 30 stakeholders already, and to allow that process to continue or support it. So I'm not sure how that would go, but I do want to emphasize that I don't think we need to be hiring someone from outside the city to facilitate. But when I say the city employees, I think outside of staff that we currently have, and that would take some funding to see that through. And I think it's imperative that this committee reflect Black, trans, disability members of our community, Indigenous, formerly incarcerated, and to have that gender balance and not just binary gender as well, not just this gender reflected on that board as well. And I think this is an exciting time, and I think it will give us many opportunities for transparency. And I want to have it that we do it right, and that we take our time to do it right. And really supportive of, when Councilmember Harmon formulates her motion, I'm supportive of all that she laid out there, and we'll be happy to second that.
Thanks so much. The floor is open for our city council members to give their opinion on moving this process forward. Mr. Jordan, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Expecting me to match up with either of the young ladies that went before me is a little just out of sight for me. I am convinced that this will be a great experience for me personally, that as the oldest and whitest guy in the room right now, this will be a process that really lends itself to, for me to learn more about myself, for the way I interact with people, for the way I can positively affect that interaction with people and uplift them. I have heard nothing that either from Councilmember Sneddon or Harmon that I would disagree with, and would wholeheartedly support that direction moving forward. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, your turn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make this brief as well. I first want to thank the community for coming forward, and all those who spoke today and who have contacted us to really frame the issue, and not only the issues that are today, but where we want to be as a community going forward. And for my colleagues, I appreciate the work that Councilmember Harmon in particular has put in here. You've obviously put a lot of thought and deliberation into a motion that I think we will all be able to support. And when it comes down to it, I agree with the sentiment what Councilmember Harmon stated or alluded to, is that we're not experts here. I'm definitely not an expert on this type of an issue in terms of police oversight. So having the commission that's made up of the community to get us to where we need to be, even if it takes a little longer up front, it's worth it because we're putting something in permanently and we want to get it right. And I think that was a message that I heard from Councilmember Harmon. I do have a question. I just want to flesh it out more from my colleagues in the terms of payment, because depending on what you pay, it could be that if you're paying for services, is it city employee or the labor laws that are there, then what about other commissions such as Planning Commission, all our other commissions that are doing a lot of great work? We have an Access Advisory Committee. We have library boards, parks and recreation boards. So I want to understand what you mean by payment. Is it a stipend or is it a salary? Because there's a lot of different ways you could go on that, or is that something that would be folded into this commission? Because I have some reservations about paying, because we are a community that is very involved through many issues. And if we set a precedent for this, then we really need to look at everything we do, because all these issues are important. We have over 42, if I recall, boards and commissions that are dealing with a lot of these issues on a daily basis: homelessness, equity, all these types of things that we would have to revisit, because we want to make sure that we're valuing those members who have been doing these in some cases for years. So if my colleagues could address that issue, I'd like to hear from them on that in particular.
If we go with the option of an investigative and board that has subpoena powers, I think it's clear that that would be professional staff, and those folks would be paid. If we're talking about hiring someone from outside the city to facilitate the conversations, we could find a facilitator, but that would cost too. That was what I had heard about paying people. I think we're moving in the direction of asking people to apply to be on this short-term commission to help us do these public workshops and bring back a recommendation to the city. That'll have a little bit of staff time involved. I think it's worth spending that money, obviously. Mr. Casey, did you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Just as you continue your deliberations and come up with a motion, I just want to tell you what I think I'm hearing and making sure I am, and make sure you all understand kind of the decision points. I think Mr. Friedman's question about payment was to the permanent commission that gets set up. And so I think it's a little premature to kind of presuppose what that structure is. I think you can let the process play itself out. As you were saying, Madam Mayor, let's see what the recommendation from this commission actually is. We do pay some of our commissions. Planning Commission, I believe, gets a $50 stipend, or at least they did at one point. I'm not sure if it's in place now, but there's some precedent for some modest compensation. But again, I think that's getting into the weeds that needs to play forward. What I'm hearing is a motion that's coming, and so I just want to kind of make sure I'm hearing it right, and if we can get some guidance about how you want to proceed with that. One, I'm hearing appointing a commission, and this commission is not the final committee that is now the Civilian Review Board. This is a commission that's being formed to evaluate options, make a recommendation back to council, and then council take whatever necessary steps are to implement and form a permanent outcome from that. So you're looking at a formation commission to look at that. And so we'll need some guidance about how you want to go about the selection process for that. And I've already heard some conversations about that. And then I'm also hearing the conversation about finding a local paid facilitation group or person to assist in that formation commission as well. And so I'd like a little more guidance about how you'd like to go through that selection process, or get input or ideas or proposals from different individuals or entities in the local community to address that as well.
It looks like some people want to jump in here. Mr. Casey, you could bring back another item for us with suggestions, but let's hear from Ms. Gutierrez and then Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just, to have somebody from the community facilitate these community public workshops is really important to me. I think we need to hire maybe somebody from UCSB or from a local organization that does this. I know there's an organization, Leading from Within, that has professional facilitators, but I think we definitely need a facilitator to bring the community together and a neutral party. But I really would like to hire somebody locally. And, you know, we have various universities in town that we should really look into, even Santa Barbara City College. So I really would like, if we're going to spend money, to keep it local, to reach out to the local universities, community colleges, even organizations in town that do this type of work.
Thanks. Ms. Sneddon, you were next, even though you went off and came back. You ready?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'm in agreement with Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, and I'm not sure that we want to name now who that would be, but I think, yes, we've heard several now, Leading from Within or community college or university, or suggestions from Healing Justice, who they've been working with, whoever that might be. And I think your suggestion that maybe that could come back as a separate item that we approve is well thought out. I think it's important who we have facilitating, and I do think it needs to be an independent facilitator, just because I have confidence in our city attorney's office and in our staff, and I think we just want this entire process to be community building and not in any way perceived as one-sided or another-sided. So we really want to be able to invite all the input that's necessary for this. So I think Mr. Casey summarized that all well, and just to emphasize that I do not think it's necessary to hire someone from outside our community to facilitate these discussions, but facilitating this type of outreach is costly. So we can't expect any independent entity to front that cost for our benefit. So I would be in support of helping to fund that effort, and then later discussion about if there's a stipend or how the long-term committee members would be funded.
Thank you for that. Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I just am sort of trying to think through creative ideas here, and I'm wondering what my colleagues think about allowing the Community Formation Commission to make a recommendation as to the appropriate facilitator. I mean, it feels a little bit off to me, frankly, for the seven of us to decide if we're appointing this commission to be truly representative of the community. Why don't we give them the freedom to really engage with the question of how best to do this work, and to make a recommendation to us as to what should be done. You know, maybe they come back and say the city attorney and his office are the right people to facilitate these community workshops. Maybe they don't, but I kind of think, if we're gonna do this, let's do it. You know, let's actually let people decide themselves how is best for them to communicate and to give us feedback about what they want to see. So I would just, I think Councilmember Sneddon was amenable to that. I'd love to hear if Councilmember Gutierrez feels comfortable with that, and of course, everybody.
Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
I just with what following up with Ms. Harmon just mentioned, if we're going to bring it back to the community for them to give us information on who should facilitate, we need to make sure that we do a really good job in our Spanish communication, because there's our large population here in Santa Barbara is Spanish speakers, and a lot of them have had plenty of experiences with police officers in town, and we need to make sure, not that we're going to try, we really need to really make sure that that communication goes out in Spanish. That's all I want to emphasize on.
Very good point. So Mr. Casey, let's craft a motion. Ms. Harmon and Ms. Sneddon are ready to jump in. So we would direct the city administrator and the city attorney to come back with options for appointing, creating a formation commission. And I haven't made my comments, and I really do need to jump in at this point and talk about what I saw in the city attorney's report was recommendations regarding policy, not just overseeing misconduct or incidents when an officer has been on the job. I'm also very concerned about hiring practices. I'm concerned about hiring and training, because if you do that work in the front end, then you don't have incidents as the person is doing their job. So who we hire is very, very important. And I am really looking forward to this process. As soon as these workshops are taken to the community, we will start to hear, as Ms. Gutierrez refers to, relationships that people have with the police already, or interactions that they've had, and that will inform us in general. So the community conversation necessarily for me has to be about our police, specifically policies that people want to see tweaked or included or initiated, and hiring and training. So sorry, let me just get that out and then get back to the idea of the motion that we would find a way to create this commission, and the commission would work on their leadership. Maybe one of them could run the meetings. Mr. Casey, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First off, I think that was a very interesting suggestion by Councilwoman Sneddon about letting the commission decide if they want to hire a local outreach or facilitator or whatever, and let them choose that. I think that makes a lot of sense. So then
Ms. Harmon.
Ms. Harmon, sorry. And so I think that simplifies us a little bit down to how to choose a commission that's representative of all those needs that I've heard you all talk about. I'm not sure we'll figure it out right this second. And so what I might suggest is that you appoint a couple council members to work with Mr. Kalan and myself to brainstorm and evaluate some different commission options that then we bring back to the council and get the full council's approval about a structure membership wise to the commission. And then you'll have an application process and fill out the membership that way. That might be a way for us to relatively quickly, but it just gives us the chance as staff to work with a couple elected officials. I think you're very in touch with the community and would love to have your input about how to put a commission together.
May I suggest Councilmember Harmon and Councilmember Gutierrez, Alejandra Gutierrez, so that she can ensure the outreach to our Spanish-speaking community, and Ms. Harmon, because of her legal expertise, I'm not seeing any objection, even though I'm making an assumption that those two names are acceptable to our 7-member council. Well, there, Mr. Casey, then the motion, Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Quick question. How many council members are legally allowed to be part of this?
Probably 3, but you wouldn't want, actually 2 is safer, right? Go ahead, Mr. Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. I think Mr. Casey and I were thinking of 2 council members. That would give us plenty of free board to avoid Brown Act violations. The other component I would suggest is that part of our collective accountability is stating publicly a schedule and sticking to it. We did that for this session. I would be happy to have the council articulate a schedule, at least in a rough form today, if you wish.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so Mr. Kalan, Mr. Casey, if we're doing a schedule, this is July 21st, you would need 2 or 3 weeks to work with the 2 council members. And so bring something back at the end of August. I think we have some kind of meeting cancellation at the end of August, and I don't have the calendar in front of me. Do you have it, Mr. Casey?
Yes, Madam Mayor, August 18th is your last meeting in August. I think that's a reasonable target to shoot for. Again, if we're working with just 2 council members to come up with a commission process, I think that's very reasonable, if not sooner.
Mr. Kalan, August 18th work for you?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. That would be great.
Ms. Gutierrez to the question?
I just want to make sure that my other colleagues have a chance to speak, and I just want to make sure if any other colleagues would like to be part of this board, I just want to hear from them.
Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I just want to second Councilmember Gutierrez. Obviously, I'm really passionate about this issue, but I know everyone is, so happy to let other folks chime in and do it too.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we all are very passionate about this issue and are putting our full support behind it and have since it's come to our attention. And I just want to express my full confidence in Councilmember Harmon and Alejandro Gutierrez to represent us well and to give this serious thought, and grateful to them for serving in this capacity.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And of course, we all have the ear of Mr. Casey and Mr. Kalan. Okay, so the motion would be something like direct Councilmember Harmon and Alejandro Gutierrez to work with the city attorney and the city administrator on developing a process to form a commission that'll help us with the civilian review board process. How's that? Ms. Harmon, are you ready to make that motion? Maybe improve on it? You're muted, Ms. Harmon. You have to start over from the very beginning. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Thank you. I think that just about summed it up. So I will move that Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez and I work with Mr. Casey and Mr. Kalan to develop a framework for the appointment of a community formation commission to develop the recommendation for civilian police oversight for our community.
A second from you?
Second, but may I add, in your initial description of the motion, you did enumerate, and I'm not sure if you want to in this motion, but the types of groups that would be considered. I don't know if you want to do that here, but in the initial discussion of the motion that would be coming forward, I think you mentioned.
I'm happy to. I definitely still feel that they're important and they're priorities for me. I'm not sure how to. Do you have a suggestion?
I second the motion. Yeah.
Okay, I would add the phrase, Ms. Harmon, with the focus on creating a diverse and inclusive civilian review board.
Perfect.
And now we're challenging Ms. Gorman to have written all of that down. Ms. Gorman, are you typing away there?
Madam Mayor and Council, I have been typing away. I may have missed a clause from Councilmember Harmon though, so if she has written down what she had read as her motion, she can do that again. If not, I will happily read what I have and we can fill in the blank.
Please read.
Did not write it down.
Yeah,
All right,
she was
then
on
I
the
will-
top of
Very
Ms.
good,
Gorman,
then
go
I
ahead.
will speak. Let me know what to add here. A motion for Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez and Councilmember Harmon to work with Mr. Casey and Mr. Kalan to develop a framework for a civilian review
Community.
formation process.
Community commission, Ms. Gorman.
Very good. For a community, to develop a framework for a community commission for a civilian review board process.
Yes.
Perfect.
For a
civilian review board process.
Comma,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
comma, with a focus on creating diversity and with a focus on
creating a diverse and inclusive civilian review board. Perfect. So I'll just repeat it here. We have motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, for Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez and Councilmember Harmon to work with Mr. Casey and Mr. Kalan to develop a framework for a community commission for a civilian review board process with a focus on creating a diverse and inclusive civilian review board.
That sounds good to me. And I don't see any other commentaries. So if we can take a roll call vote on that, with gratitude to all the people who made public comment, to our staff, to Mr. Doimus and Mr. Kalan for bringing us this far. We'll take a roll call vote, please.
Very good. This is item 13, motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, that I just read into the record. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye, that was unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Gorman, for helping us with that. We'll close this item. And I need to ask Ms. Gorman or Mr. Four if we need a break to set up any technical issues related to the appeal, which is our next item. We could go for 40 minutes and then take a break depending on where we are in the land use appeal or the appeal. Ms. Gorman, are there any need to, are there any technical needs why we would need to take a break right now?
We can go ahead, Madam Mayor.
Go forward? Okay, so if you would read the item into the record, please, for item number 14. Keep going.
Very good. Item 14, appeal of the Parks and Recreation Commission action to deny the removal of the street tree located at 1721 Gillespie Street.
These appeals are a particularly serious responsibility of our city council. It's called a quasi-judicial proceeding, and there are specific rules and a format, and this is how our hearing will be structured. First, council members will disclose any ex parte communications. We'll have a staff presentation. We'll have remarks from one of the, from the Parks and Recreation Commission and or the Street Tree Advisory Board. We invite that if there's a recommendation that's been made to us. We'll take questions from the council. The appellant will get 20 minutes to make a presentation. Any time that you don't use, you can use at the end for rebuttal after public comment, or if you want to make closing remarks, save yourself a few minutes. We'll take questions from the council to the appellant and public comment and council deliberation. So are there any council members that need to disclose ex parte communications? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I had a phone call conversation with the appellant.
Okay, very good. I'll disclose that I went to the COVID safe site visit yesterday, meaning that we kept it open so people could come and go. We didn't want to gather 10 or 15 people all in one spot. And I did hear some lobbying related to the appeal. I don't see anyone else popping on to Ms. Gutierrez. Go ahead.
I would like to just disclose to the public that I was also there. I went to the location to see the tree and heard a little bit about both the city's staff information and the family that lives in that household.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
I just want to say that I did go visit the site on my own at a different time, but I did go and look at it.
Okay, thank you so much. Are staff ready to make the, Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
I guess you're forcing me to admit that I went to the site at a time other than the official site visit.
It's good that we had a look at the site, so thank you very much. I'm ready to send this to staff presentation. Ms. Go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I went during the allotted time to look at the site. I didn't know if that's what we're disclosing here or not. And I did ask staff some questions that I could repeat here and open to, but I did not hear any lobbying or any ex parte.
That's sufficient. Thank you. Mr. Gutierrez.
I too was at that site visit and also asked city staff questions about the appeal.
Thanks. Okay, now we're ready for our staff presentation. And it's Mr. Slack. Welcome to the meeting, sir. And thank you for your presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Before I get started with the staff presentation, I do want to acknowledge that Maury Trimman is present. She's the current chair of the Street Tree Advisory Committee, and she has prepared some remarks to give some further insight in regards to the discussion and the recommendation that was ultimately made by the Street Tree Advisory Committee to the Parks and Recreation Commission. So we're here to review the appeal of the Parks and Recreation Commission action to deny the removal of a Queensland lacebark street tree at 1721 Gillespie Street. Next slide, please. We'll get started with some background. We're going to review Gillespie Street, the street trees in full context and composition. We'll take a look at the Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Chapter 15.20, commonly referred to as the Street Tree Ordinance, also known as the Tree Planting and Maintenance Ordinance. We'll review street tree removal application review process, take a look at appeal findings, and then ultimately evaluate the staff recommendation. Next slide. So Gillespie Street is on the west side, as many of you know. It's quite long, it's 10 blocks. Very densely populated with street trees. There's currently 19 trees of mixed species. While there are 19 different species of trees on the street, there's just a few random ones that make up the really large number. Most of the trees are either a combination of the Queensland lacebark, Chinese flame, or jacaranda. Of those trees, Queensland lacebark is the most frequently occurring. There's currently 157 total trees on the full length of Gillespie Street, and 66 of those trees are the Queensland lacebark. The subject tree is in front of 1721 Gillespie Street is estimated to be around 70 to 80 years old, probably closer to 70. It's one of only 182 of this particular species of tree in the inventory. It's a very unique, rare species native to dry subtropical regions of Australia. 182 may sound like quite a few in terms of total number of this particular species of tree, but when you look at the full breadth of the city's urban forest, which is well over 34,000 trees, it represents a very, very small percentage. It's also a species that is increasingly unavailable, very, very difficult to find. The subject tree and many of the trees that you can see growing on Gillespie Street are currently in its mature form, and I think that that could be said for almost every particular tree, the Queensland lacebark that you can find throughout the community. There's some other notable plantings on West Quinto, Garden, and also on West Coda. But again, the largest concentration of them do occur on Gillespie. The city takes care of the street trees in town, and the last pruning of this particular tree occurred in October of 2014. These species are pretty mature, as referenced before. As the trees continue to age, maintenance intervals can decrease in a lot of cases where there's just not as much need for as frequent pruning. Next slide, please. So, Santa Barbara Municipal Code, Chapter 15.20, also known as Tree Planting and Maintenance, has gone through some revisions, but was first adopted by City Council clear back in 1964. It establishes directors' authority to maintain city street trees. Within that ordinance is Chapter 15.20 110, which establishes permitting requirements for the planting, maintenance, or removal of city trees by private individuals. Next slide. So with street tree removal applications, an application is required before any street tree can be subject to removal. The process, the Parks Division receives applications frequently, and either the Parks and Recreation Director or designee evaluates these applications and considers whether the removal is beneficial to the state of the urban forest or necessary for public safety. Obvious examples of removals that occur frequently are trees that are in a state of decline that warrant removal, or a tree that's in a hazardous state that necessitates a removal. During this review from the director or designee, staff can either approve, deny, or refer the application for further review. That previously referenced section of the municipal code allows for further review by first the Street Tree Advisory Committee and then the Parks and Recreation Commission. The Street Tree Advisory reviews the application, and they're a 5-member committee currently composed of 3 professional arborists, a landscape architect, and a landscape designer. They will review the application, perform a site visit, and make a recommendation that is then referred to the Parks and Recreation Commission for action. The commission also reviews these applications in addition to the committee's recommendation, and they take formal action on the item, either in support, denial, or a conditional support. And it is important to reference that all tree-related decisions of the commission are appealable to City Council. Next slide, please. So, consistent with both the Street Tree Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission are considerations for removal that are outlined in the Chapter 15.20 of the city's municipal code. These considerations consist of whether the tree is an official, historic, or specimen tree as defined in the municipal code. In this case, the subject tree is not a historic or a specimen tree. Whether the species and placement conform to the master street tree plan. The master street tree plan, different than the city's urban forest management plan, is a long-range planning tool that guides decisions of species that are planted on a given street or a section of street. It's a working document that is revised regularly. And what it does is it defines a specific species or a combination of species for use on a specific street or street segment. The condition and structure of the tree and the potential for proper tree growth and future development of the canopy is evaluated. The number and location of adjacent trees on city property, and the possibility of maintaining a desirable tree density in the area through additional planting on city property. And also any beneficial effects upon adjacent trees to be expected from the proposed removal. Next slide. So on April 6th of 2020, the Parks Division received a tree removal application from the applicant, Mr. Cameron Clark, to remove the street tree located at 1721 Gillespie Street in the public right-of-way. On the application, there were several reasons listed for removal, including damage to public sidewalk, damage to their private fence, debris accumulation on both their property and the public sidewalk, and then potential damage to other infrastructure like the water meter, water service, or gas service. Staff received this application, did an inspection, made the determination that the tree's removal would not be beneficial to the city's urban forest, and that removal from a public safety perspective was not necessary. And as a result of that decision, referred the application to the Street Tree Advisory Committee for review. Next slide. So here's just a photograph of the tree for reference. This is the tree at 1721 Gillespie Street. It's a very mature Queensland lacebark tree, very healthy, been maintained really well over the years, and doing, lots of good environmental work, which is what our goal is as urban forest managers. Next slide. So the application was referred to the Street Tree Advisory Committee, and they reviewed the application during their regular meeting of May 7th, 2020. During review, they discussed all of the issues brought forth by the applicant, the placement, the debris issues, the sidewalk damage, the private property damage. And in addition to that, they talked about the whole street in context, the uniqueness of the densely populated Queensland lacebark on Gillespie, as well as the vigor and the age of the existing tree. During the review, they determined that the hardscape could be reasonably repaired without requiring removal of the tree. And then in addition to that, there was some discussion and concern that if there was a recommendation to support the removal of the subject tree, that it could create a precedent for further removal of this particular species on Gillespie Street, because many of the issues, including debris and sidewalk, are consistent with many of that particular species on Gillespie Street. So ultimately, the Street Tree Advisory Committee made a recommendation to deny the request for removal unanimously, 5-0. Next slide. In addition to the considerations for removal, we felt that it was important to kind of touch on some other factors and decision-making criteria that the Street Tree Advisory Committee uses to sort of guide their decision-making. That's coming directly from the city's Urban Forest Management Plan, which was adopted by City Council on April 8th of 2014. There's 3 primary areas of focus within the Urban Forest Management Plan. It's the tree resource management, city organization and policy, and then community involvement. Next slide. So there are 2 really key objectives within the tree resource management component of the Urban Forest Management Plan that are often really consistent talking points when the committee's reviewing a street tree removal request. And that's the objective 3, which is to optimize tree canopy. It has a specific implementation action to increase the use of large canopy trees. And then objective 4 is to optimize age and species diversity with an action step to maintain existing species diversity and also investigate methods for increasing desirable species that are rare. I bring these objectives up because it is always part of the Street Tree Advisory Committee's review of these street tree removal requests. They take them very seriously. They look at not only the tree, but the street in full context and the value of the tree, with the goal in trying to maintain and manage as many large, mature canopy trees that we can within the community, given the numerous environmental and social benefits that large trees provide to the community. Next slide. So the Street Tree Advisory Committee recommendation and the application was reviewed during the Parks and Recreation Commission special meeting of May 13th, 2020. During that time, staff provided a brief report, a synopsis of the committee's discussion and rationale for the decision-making and the background for the denial. We advised that the applicant obviously opposed the recommendation. The applicant did speak in opposition to the Street Tree Advisory Committee's recommendation during the commission meeting, and after discussion, the commission concurred with the Street Tree Advisory Committee recommendation with a 4-3 vote. Next slide. And so in evaluating the appeal that came as a result of the Parks and Recreation Commission denial, we developed a few findings, and that is that the hardscape can be repaired without the need for tree removal. The tree is being regularly maintained in good health as well. The preservation of this tree is consistent with both the municipal code and the city's adopted urban forest management plan. Additionally, the Street Tree Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission considered all relevant issues pertaining to the tree removal application. Next slide. And so staff is recommending that council deny the appeal and uphold the decision of the Parks and Recreation Commission to deny the street tree removal application for the removal of the Queensland lacebark tree in front of 1721 Gillespie Street. Thank you.
You're a little quick there for me. So, Mr. Slack, if you would remind me the name of our Street Tree Advisory Committee representative, and we'll have her come on. What's her name?
Absolutely. Her name is Mari Tremin.
Tremin?
Yes.
Ms. Tremin, if you're ready to make your remarks, we're happy to hear them.
Thank you, Mayor Murillo, and council members. The Street Tree Advisory Committee felt when we saw this tree unanimously that it's a very, very healthy and very beautiful specimen of a very unusual tree, and unusual as Mr. Slack iterated, and hard to acquire new ones. So there's question as to the opportunity to plant this tree in other places in the city as a street tree, or even as a park tree. So this alley of trees that is on Gillespie Street is unique in that it is consists of many lace bark trees that are very healthy, very large, and very well grown. And we felt that the alley itself was a tremendous community asset. And by allowing one of them to be removed, it puts in question whether or not we would receive many other requests for removal. And so the alley itself, the fact that there are so many well-developed, aged, and very healthy lacebark trees on one street that create a tremendously beautiful canopy, continuous canopy over 2 or 3 blocks it is, was something that the community would miss greatly if it were undermined. We certainly looked carefully at the frustrations that the resident and adjacent neighbors expressed in their letters to you. And Street Tree Advisory Committee's perhaps the most difficult decisions we make are when we are asked to balance the interests of private resident or a group of private residents with the interests of the entire community. We take it very seriously, and then we can relate. Obviously, we are homeowners who have situations like this that could arise for us. We decided that in this instance, we needed to preserve the community asset of this collection of beautiful trees on Gillespie in lieu of the private interests and frustrations of the resident that was asking for removal, Cameron Clark and Amy Steinfeld. I'll take questions if you have them, but basically that was the point that I wanted to make that has not been yet made by, I know you have received Bob Cunningham's letter that was well written and contains many of our concerns that were voiced during our discussion. But
if you would stand by, I'll ask the city council members if they have questions for you specifically, and then we'll let you go and then ask questions of Mr. Slack if there's any. So any questions for Ms. Tremin while we have her on the line from our city council members? Ms. Tremin, I think you covered it all, and thanks for referring to Mr. Cunningham's letter. That did come through to us. So thank you very much, and I'll ask if there's questions for Mr. Slack. This is the time for the council to ask questions of the staff presentation. Okay, we seem satisfied with the presentation with no questions. Thank you both. Mr. Gutierrez, did you have questions then?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. For Mr. Slack, sorry. I just was wondering, you said that, I believe you said that replacing the sidewalk would be an alternative to removing the tree. Can you reiterate that notion and also when the last time the sidewalk was replaced?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez. So the sidewalk is currently displaced in a couple locations, and after evaluation, staff feels confident that through judicious root pruning, especially on the sidewalk side where the displacement occurs, that the sidewalk can be put back in at grade under ADA compliance without causing long-term detrimental damage to the tree. So what happens commonly throughout town is sidewalks are removed. We come out, do an assessment, make a decision on the amount and the extent in terms of the required root pruning to fix a sidewalk. And then work in conjunction with the streets division to prune the roots so that they can replace the sidewalk. So we would be removing roots on the sidewalk side underneath the sidewalk panels to facilitate the replacement of the sidewalk.
So how much would that cost to replace the sidewalk?
Based on cost estimates provided by Public Works, it looks like it would be maybe up to 36 linear feet, and the sidewalk width is 6 feet. And based on the calculation that they gave me, which is like a fully loaded comprehensive cost, so you're talking staff, materials, I think even vehicles are included in that. And I would estimate that it was probably around $8,000, like comprehensive cost.
Just for that part of the sidewalk, not to count the other sidewalks that are being lifted by the other trees in that area.
That's correct, yes, based on the information that the Public Works Division provided.
So even if the tree was removed, the sidewalk would still have to be replaced. And how much would that cost to remove the tree on top of the sidewalk?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez, the sidewalk is displaced in multiple locations, so there is a need to repair it whether the tree remains or not. It's currently in the queue for replacement with the Streets Division for sometime in August. So it will again be replaced whether the tree remains or not. In terms of cost of removal, if we were to do it, I'm not sure of the actual cost because the removals are done based on the diameter of the trunk. So we pay an incremental price based on the size of the tree, sort of a standardized rate. But it would be in excess of, a minimum of a few $1,000s, maybe probably around $3,000, I would estimate to remove it at city staff cost, which is at a significantly reduced rate than if you were to remove a tree like that with private tree care companies.
Thank you for that. And when I was there, I noticed that the power lines were being lifted by the tree branches. Whose responsibility is it to make sure that those power lines are safe?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez, so the lines that are running through the canopy of the tree are actually what we refer to as communication lines. So those are like Frontier or like cable phone lines, essentially. The lines that are actually carrying electricity are above the canopy of the tree. Those direct overhead lines are the only energized lines that occur along Gillespie. The communication lines, while it's never a perfect scenario, are designed to be in close contact or in direct contact with vegetation, whether it be woody material or herbaceous plant material. And again, it's not an ideal situation. That tension looks much more significant than it is, and those systems are designed to be able to take a little bit of loading. So it is rubbing the trunk, but it's not carrying voltage, so it really presents no safety issue. And based on recent inspection, again, it is in contact with the trunk, but it doesn't look like it's causing any real significant issues with the tree. And then when those systems are evaluated by the communication staff, if there was really an issue, they would reach out to us. And it's very infrequent that we actually have to take any kind of action on a street tree due to either close contact or direct contact with those communication systems.
And we had a conversation about acquiring trees to plant throughout the west side to add more of an urban forest to the west side. Do you know what the status of that is? Are we closer to actually making that happen, or do you know the timetable?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Gutierrez, I think we received funding from Santa Barbara Beautiful to plant street trees. That funding has been secured, and we intend on planting trees later this fall when conditions are more optimum. As we kind of chatted about a couple weeks back, part of the urban forest management plans, one of the objectives is to plant trees in areas where there's the least amount of trees or the highest number of locations where trees don't exist. We're pretty early into the fiscal year and haven't yet fully developed that tree planting work plan. Staff would be happy to follow back up on that specific request at a later date when we dial in the full details of that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Friedman, questions for staff?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have three questions. The first question is, these trees are estimated to be 70 to 80 years old. And what is the life expectancy of this type of tree?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman, typically there's very limited data and knowledge in terms of the lifespan of a tree, especially when you are starting to get in sort of that rare species realm. You can find some literature that will say 50 to 150 years, which is oftentimes pretty generic and applied pretty broadly to most species of trees. As we know, some of our native oaks can live for several hundred years. Based on the tree's vigor, I think it's safe to expect several decades of functional, sustainability within that specific tree itself. Without reaching out to somebody that has a really intimate knowledge, especially of that tree and its native range, trying to determine a long range age potential estimate is difficult. And then gets increasingly difficult when you compound consistent environmental pressures, changes in climate, reduction in available water, not to mention, things like root pruning that can, all of these things can have a pretty profound impact on a tree's longevity.
So there would be most likely a few decades left, and that's for most of the trees. They were all planted around the same time, if I understand correctly.
Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Friedman, we think that most of them were planted, at or near the same time. There appears to be a little bit of variance, but there's also within that species, there can be quite a big difference in performance. So based on the limited knowledge we have with the planting of that species in the community, we think it was probably all at or near the same time.
The other question I had regarding the trees is the other tree that's for that block, the Chinese pistache, if I'm saying that correct. How long would it take? That's mentioned as the replacement tree. Should they replace the tree? How long would that tree take to grow to maturity?
Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Friedman, Chinese pistache is the other designated street tree species for Gillespie, at least this portion of Gillespie Street. We have limited experience with this species of tree. It's something that's started to be used more frequently in Southern California. You see it a lot more up north, like in the Sacramento sort of Bay Area. We have some plantings, but we don't really have a lot of trees that can date back to really kind of give a true gauge of their performance. But I'd say with a tree with the potential that Chinese pistache has, you're looking at realistically a 30-40 year investment until you're seeing a large mature tree, which is pretty consistent with, I would say, most street tree species that we're planting.
Okay, thank you. And I do have one last question, but I think it's more for the city attorney, but I guess you can figure that out, is who's going to answer it, is if we allow the removal to go forward, is there any legal precedent for others petitioning us to remove trees that we would we would basically legally set a precedent that we need to remove future trees, or is each case independent of it?
Each case is independent, Councilmember Friedman.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. City Attorney. Any other questions for Mr. Slack? I'm not seeing any, Mr. Slack, so let's go to the appellant presentation. There they are, Ms. Steinfeld and Mr. Clark. Let me set up my my timer, because the one that I usually use is out of commission. Just a moment. Okay. Okay, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm Amy Steinfeld, and I'm here with my husband, Cameron Clark. And first, we'd like to thank you all for everything that you're doing for our community during this very difficult period. We're here tonight to appeal the 4-3 decision by the Parks Commission to deny us permission to replace a large, old, overgrown brachychiton in the park strip in front of our house. It's been causing an exceeding amount of damage to both the public and our private property. We request replacement of this tree, which, as you heard, with the Chinese pistache, which is the official other newer street tree for Gillespie. It's a very pleasant tree that it's far more appropriate and does far less damage. In addition, we propose to also personally plant 6 additional Chinese pistache on Gillespie, and we propose to do this all at our own expense.
We just want to acknowledge that with everything going on in the world right now, and even here in Santa Barbara, replacing a tree seems like an almost comically trivial issue. It is. We're rather embarrassed that this follows the much weightier and more important topics discussed earlier. We thank you for your time on this matter, Mayor and council members, and we'll try to keep our comments brief. We hope that you've read our letter and seen the photos we submitted. And if you were out to our house yesterday, you've already seen the damage firsthand. Next slide, please.
So brief background on us, we've been city residents for nearly 15 years, and we've spent the past 8 years restoring one of the original 19th century farmhouses on the west side, including doing an extensive amount of landscaping and doing our very best to beautify and add value to the west side.
Next slide. First of all, I want to establish the obvious here. Brachychitons are a majestic and exotic tree with their large pink flowers and dramatic hard seed pods. Next. Perfect. Not all of it, that's fine. Any botanic garden should be happy to have a specimen of this variety. But our city park strips are not botanic gardens, and these trees are simply not appropriate there or under utility lines. Next slide, please. These trees are simply too large and too aggressive. Whoever planted these along Gillespie Street some 70 years ago made a grave mistake. Mark Freeman, Edison's chief arborist in this area, agrees. Next slide. Mr. Slack must also admit this and concede that the city would never again plant this particular tree in this particular spot. Next slide, please.
One reason is that the trees can reach 40 to 60 feet tall. Second bullet, next slide. Yes, when they're under power lines, so you can see here, Cameron took this picture from our roof. And so you can see here what's happening is that Edison is forced to top these trees regularly, as they've done so dramatically here. Next. This stresses the tree and can lead to weakly attached limbs.
Next slide, please. And next, and next. The city's own community guide to tree planting says to plant only small trees less than 25 feet tall under power lines. Next. Edison's Right Tree, Right Place brochure says the same. Next. I just want to add here that many people seem concerned that this tree is somewhat rare in Santa Barbara. If you consider 180 trees and 50 on our street alone to be rare. By the way, we'd be happy to provide some seeds if you'd like some. But rarity is not relevant criteria here. Our city's famous Morton Bay fig is much rarer than these brachychitons, but nobody here would propose planting those in our park strips. And by the way, what is it with these Australian trees? I'd like to know. Next slide, please.
So all that being said, we want to clarify that we're not advocating or supporting removing all the brachychitons on Gillespie, but some are far worse than others and deserve special attention. Next, the specimen in front of our house is unusually large, aggressive, and destructive, perhaps the worst offender on our street.
The city arborist seems to believe that there's an easy solution to this. Public Works simply comes out next month and repairs the sidewalk, perhaps putting down a root barrier this time. Problem solved. But this is misleading because this was just done 4.5 years ago. The tree's roots were ground down, the sidewalk next to it completely replaced, and a portion of the street asphalt was patched. More recently, protruding corners have been ground down and asphalt ramps added, as you can see here. But the sidewalk has nonetheless lifted nearly 12 inches in the middle and almost 5 inches on the south corner, as you can see here and as you saw yesterday. Next. This means that this tree is lifting the sidewalk by an average of almost 3 inches per year. Public Works cannot possibly replace, grind down, or patch the sidewalk fast enough to keep pace with this tree.
This creates a hazard in the interim. Once the slab lifts over 1/2 inch, there's a serious liability issue. It comes down to this. Because the tree lifts the sidewalk at such an aggressive rate, the city can't adequately maintain a safe pathway for the neighborhood residents or the kids walking to and from Harding School. Therefore, tree removal is warranted under the city's own tree ordinance, chapter 15.20, which specifies that removal is justified when necessary for public safety.
In addition, this tree has damaged our sewer line between our property and the street, which we are forced to replace at a cost of over $1,600. It would have been much more, but the sidewalk was actually being replaced at the same time. Our water and gas supply lines are immediately next to our sewer line, all within 11 feet of this tree. How long before they're damaged as well by these very active roots? Now our 4-year-old white picket fence is being upended and root bulbs are pushing up through our driveway and through the street. This is not going to stop. Next slide, please.
So who pays for this tree? So I spoke to Jim Dewey, the city manager of streets operations of Public Works, and he told me it costs the city approximately $10,000 every time the sidewalk is replaced. It looks like our numbers are a little bit different, Mr. Slack, but close enough.
So let's run some quick back of the napkin numbers here. Let's say this tree lives for another 24 years and they replace the sidewalk every 4 years. That's $60,000 so far. That does not include the intermittent sidewalk grinding, asphalt ramps, curb replacement, street patching, or pruning costs. For the sake of argument, let's put a price on all of that over 24 years at, say, $17,000. Assume then the tree finally dies and has to be removed and the roots ground down. Mr. Slack estimated this at $3,000. We're now up to $80,000 over the next 24 years, or over $3,300 a year for this tree. That's one pricey tree. Is that how much a mature tree is worth to our community? The Urban Forestry Division manages approximately 34,000 trees in the city. If each mature tree is worth over $80,000, we're a very wealthy city indeed. In fact, few trees in our city, and certainly not this one, provide benefits worth that amount.
Next.
No, go ahead.
Of course, these numbers still do not represent the full cost of this tree because they don't include the cost for Edison to trim it, which get passed on to us as ratepayers, or the cost to us as homeowners to periodically repair our property. So the question is, how much value does a mature tree actually provide and how much is it worth? Well, the Center for Urban has a number. They estimate that each large stature city tree, such as this one, confers benefits to the community, such as clean air and shade, worth about $100 a year. That means this tree will provide about $2,400 worth of benefits in the next 24 years, which pales in comparisons to the cost of maintaining this aging tree. This is a cost-benefit ratio of 33 to 1. Clearly, this is a bad investment. And if the city had to pay these costs right now, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. But because they will be paid by future taxpayers, they're easy to ignore. But that's irresponsible. In an era of dwindling public reserves, we asked the city to take a hard look at the cost-benefit analysis here. Other cities have determined that a disproportionate amount of city resources were going to aging trees and had started to make clear-eyed decisions about these trees to support their bottom line now and into the future.
Of course, the Urban Forestry Division and parks are happy to keep this tree because the majority of the costs are not part of their budget. They've externalized these to Public Works, to Edison, and to us as homeowners. And should this tree ever result in a lawsuit, they likely wouldn't pay those damages either. In fact, best I can tell, probably the most expensive thing for urban forestry to do would be to determine that this tree is in fact a problem and to take it upon themselves to remove and replace it. That they would actually have to pay for. This perverse incentive structure means that neither forestry nor parks can be objective and will almost always push to keep trees that by any logical measure should be removed or replaced. We hope that you as the city council can be objective and see the big picture here. Next slide, please. I just want to quickly recap what we just discussed visually and show you the benefits and costs both of keeping and replacing this tree. For the sake of time, I'll just let you read these slides yourself and I won't read them for you. Next. Oh, perfect. And finally, next. I want to add one more thing here. A mature tree such as this probably absorbs around 42 to 48 pounds of CO2 per year. That's great. We need a lot more trees doing that. But every pound of cement is responsible for about 1 pound of CO2 to produce. So 400 pounds of cement equals 400 pounds of CO2. And that doesn't account for emissions from the production of steel rebar, new asphalt, emissions from construction and transportation, and emissions associated with topping and pruning this tree. It may seem at first blush like keeping this tree is better for the environment, but if it necessitates frequent maintenance and repairs, the reverse may actually be true. Next slide, please. Oh, and next.
I want to remind the city of the recent trip and fall case involving Patricia Zucola. In the 2015 personal injury action, Ms. Zucola tripped and fell on a 1 3/8 inch rise in a sidewalk on Mason Street. She then sued the city for negligence, premises liability, and dangerous condition of public property. The city paid out over $100,000 to settle that case. Here, our sidewalk is already 3 times the height that tripped up Ms. Zucola. It's clear that once the slab lifts just over ½ an inch, there's a serious liability issue. Shaving roots is only a temporary solution, as here the roots have pushed up yet again within just a few months. This is a very short repair interval. A defective sidewalk is a sidewalk in a condition that interferes with the public convenience and the use of that sidewalk. City inspectors have some objective criteria to determine when a sidewalk is considered defective, including a significant vertical or horizontal displacement of a ½ inch or greater, and an area of sidewalk that's off grade. Both of these conditions have been present for almost the entire time we've lived here, except for that short period after the sidewalk was replaced about 4.5 years ago. This is not a hypothetical risk, as we've witnessed several friends and neighbors trip in front of our house, as evidenced by the letters you've received. For context on the scale of this uplift, the sidewalk is actually commonly used as a bike jump by local kids. In fact, you can see it'd be a nice little area to jump.
Next slide, please. Yes, mature street trees provide numerous benefits to a neighborhood and to the city at large. But when deciding whether a tree provides a net benefit to a neighborhood, you should consider the opinions of the people that actually live there above all else. Because anybody who thinks that these are wonderful street trees does not actually live with one. Dozens of neighbors have told us how exasperating they find these trees, as the letters and emails you've received will attest. I want to share with you the opinions of a few others. And please excuse the quality of these. I'm no videographer. Sarah, can you please play the 3 videos?
Hi, my name's Ann. I've lived in the neighborhood for 23 years. I've seen the evolution of these trees and what it's done to the sidewalks and the houses. And I know it's a beautiful tree, it's healthy, but it's destroying properties and needs different trees.
Hi, I live in the neighborhood. I have 2 kids that are 9 and 7, and we ride our bikes, we ride scooters all around here. And from a safety and hazard perspective, this tree is really annoying and frustrating. It damages sidewalks, and I would much rather the cost that it takes to repair the sidewalks go towards some sort of meaningful, purposeful program.
I'm Kevin, and this is my wife Gretchen Wolfgram.
Hello.
We live across the street. So thank you for taking a minute. We're a little concerned about the sidewalk here, which is somewhat of a danger. And
And it's easy to trip on when it
especially
goes
like
up
right
so
here.
quickly.
Yeah. But we're also concerned about the cables because the tree is growing and it's out of space. So it just seems like we would like a new tree here.
Thank you, Ms. Gorman. Can you guys hear me again?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Okay. In fact, we have yet to find a single neighbor who does not find these trees challenging. If there are any public comments tonight on this topic, I would encourage you to ask them whether they live on the west side. If they do not, please give their opinions the appropriate weight. Next slide, please.
Preserving old, overgrown, and overmature trees and maintaining the status quo is a poor way to invest in our tree canopy for generations to come. We should focus on planting new ones.
Contrary to Mr. Slack's characterization, and as anybody can tell simply by walking or driving down our street, Gillespie's canopy is actually missing dozens of trees, as shown here. We understand why trees were not planted during the recent drought, but why not now? Would the time and resources used by STAC, urban forestry, and parks not be better spent in that endeavor? Many of these holes have been filled by residents haphazardly planting whatever they like without permits, including magnolias, avocados, citrus, palms, and more. Why does Parks object to replacing old trees with official and more appropriate ones, but not police planting unapproved species? Next slide, please. This is a Google satellite map of 3 blocks of our street from Valerio to Mission, which includes our home. As you can see, the street canopy is actually somewhat sparse and incomplete. Next. These are the brachychitons in those 3 blocks. As you can see, they were planted at regular intervals, but several are now missing. Did they die from old age? Next. These are the Chinese flame and Chinese pistache that were planted to replace or supplement them. Next slide. And finally, these are the various trees planted by residents that are not approved species. As you can see, there are still many holes in our canopy that need filling. Next slide. And first bullet. We believe that urban forestry and parks should focus their attention on planting new, more appropriate trees rather than trying to preserve old, problematic ones. As members of Santa Barbara Beautiful ourselves, we support collaborative efforts to fill in the canopy with appropriate trees, per the Master Street Plan and Urban Forest Management Plan.
We propose to replace our brachychiton with the Chinese pistache, shown here. This variety is moderate to fast growing, up to 2 feet a year, reaches a height of 25 to 35 feet. So you can see that's much more appropriate under the high voltage and low voltage lines, and has a moderately dense leaf canopy that reaches 25 to 30 feet wide and turns a brilliant red in the fall. It also doesn't push up the sidewalk and doesn't drop large seed pods or flowers onto the sidewalk. In addition, we propose to also personally plant 6 additional Chinese pistache in some of the empty spots in Gillespie, with guidance from the city arborist, and to personally water them until they become established.
In fact, we've already identified a number of spots and approached some of our neighbors about this. At least 4 have expressed interest. If you prefer, we will instead donate $1,000 to Urban Forestry or Santa Barbara Beautiful to plant and maintain trees on Gillespie on our behalf. Next slide, please. We have a love-hate relationship with this tree. I was born in Australia myself. This tree is from my homeland. It's beautiful in many ways, and we love the shade it provides our front yard. And nobody ever likes to cut down a big, healthy tree, including us. But the pros of keeping it are grossly outweighed by the cons. Few other trees in this city have so many strikes against them, and we hope that common sense will prevail here.
In sum, we urge you to allow us to replace this tree for 6 reasons. First, it isn't a specimen or historic tree. It's also likely overmature, meaning this tree will continue to produce fewer benefits with greater costs. The reason is that older trees are already predisposed to health problems, and the need for repeated root pruning may eventually kill it.
Second, the cost to retain this tree and mitigate the damage it causes, which we must bear as property owners, city taxpayers, and Edison ratepayers, is unreasonable and disproportionate to its benefits. Next bullet.
Third, this tree creates a persistent safety hazard by constantly uplifting the sidewalk and dropping large 6-inch hard seed pods. Plenty of people have tripped on the sidewalk and fallen as a result, including my husband and several neighbors. And someday someone is going to sue the city again for this, costing taxpayers.
Fourth, as one of the Parks Commissioners noted, this tree creates a terrible mess with its litter of leaves, seeds, and flowers throughout the year, which presents an unreasonable burden for us as homeowners to clean up.
Fifth, the neighborhood wants it replaced.
And sixth.
And finally, we propose to replace this tree with a species that is more appropriate for the park strip and that's fast growing, long lived, less damaging, and far less messy. And we propose to plant or fund the planting of an additional 6 trees as mitigation.
All of this contributes to the long-term vitality of our street tree canopy, and all at our expense. If that's not a win-win for the city, I don't know what is. You may worry that allowing us to replace this tree creates precedent, and our neighbors may suddenly clamor to replace their brachychitons too. But after all the time and trouble we've gone through to be in front of you here tonight, and the expense we're willing to bear to replace this tree and to plant 6 others, well, I think we could say with confidence that most of our neighbors are simply not that persistent or that masochistic.
Thank you for your time. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Okay, that was 19 minutes, so you have 60 seconds left. To my council colleagues, do you have questions for the appellants in this matter? Ms. Sneddon, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I was ready for deliberative comments. I don't have a question. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll see if there's public comment as well, Ms. Sneddon. So you'll have to hang on just a little bit longer. Any other council members that have questions for the appellants? Very good presentation then, and we'll go to public comment and stand by. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Ms. Gorman, are there people waiting and raising their hands on this item?
Madam Mayor, we do have one speaker with a raised hand on this item, Anna Marie Gott. All right, Ms. Gott, please go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I wasn't actually going to comment on this, but I heard some of the things that the applicant said, or the appellant said during the hearing, and especially the last slide really caught my interest, because what they are suggesting throughout the entire presentation is that basically we need to cut down all of our old trees, any tree that is uprooting, causing problems on a sidewalk, and that, you know, they're just not valuable enough to save. And they want a different tree, and so they've decided that they're going to use cost as the way to, you know, have it cut down. And I would propose to you that if you've decided that you're going to base your decisions only on the value, on the cost, that the stone pine trees on Anna Pamu Street actually cause far more damage, and there are far more of them, and you really just need to clear cut all of them. I think it's really not appropriate for us to think of this in terms of a cost, in terms of what we actually have to spend for our sidewalks. What we really need to look at is the intrinsic value of the trees. And I think intrinsically, we value the shade, the birds that come and rest on the trees, that nest in the trees. We value the trees because of what they can do in terms of a carbon sunk. I don't think that you really should be looking at cost. It's really obvious that the applicants, or appellants, excuse me, want this tree removed. But if you look at the beauty, the intrinsic value, and more importantly, what your board actually said, which is they could not make a decision that would allow the removal of this tree, and that was a unanimous decision. So I would just really urge you that, you know, to vote to uphold your board's decision and to deny the appeal, because these people bought this house with a tree in front of it. They knew that the tree and all of the street trees for blocks around were this variety years ago. And I don't believe that we should be basing a decision on the cost, but we have to look at many other factors. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Ms. Sneddon, the appellants have 1 minute left. This would be the time for them to make any closing remarks. Sometimes the public comment is a little more robust. Did Ms. Steinfeld or Mr. Clark, did you want to use your last 60 seconds to say anything?
Yeah, so, I just want to respond to the comment that, we value old growth trees, and this is much more than a cost issue. This is a public safety issue. And yes, the city could continue to repair the sidewalk at the rate of one time a year, but at some point we have to use common sense and think about using those monies for other purposes.
I'd like to add to that also that we were clear to state that we don't want to get rid of all the brachychitons or all old growth trees. That is not our goal here. We are simply trying to get one especially problematic one. We think each one of these trees should be taken on a case-by-case basis. We certainly do not support clear cutting our urban forests.
Thank you for your comments. And now the decision is to the council. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize for turning my camera on. This particular tree is a clear one to me. The tree predates any of us on council or the residents in front of Gillespie. It's been in the walkway all that time, or children going to Harding, so that was mentioned as an issue, but it has been there all this time. Keeping trees are our values. I would submit that clean air is worth far more than $100 a year. But at any rate, that the cost benefit analysis there isn't part of the metric for how to make this decision. We have a unique and rare species. It's very difficult to find and replace. This tree is healthy and beautiful. I would support our Street Tree Advisory Committee is a very dedicated group of people who look at these issues very closely and look also for consistency across the city. And they found unanimously that they could not support the removal of this tree. I also cannot make the finding that the removal of this tree would be beneficial for the state of the urban forest. I cannot make the finding that the removal is necessary for public safety. And in addition, this tree optimizes a tree canopy, which is something that we strive for, and optimizes the age and species diversity. So I will move to deny the appeal based on those findings.
Thank you for that. Is there a second to the motion? I will second the motion, but we should hear from other people. Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pretty much in agreement with Councilmember Sneddon, but I will tell you I've been on the fence, so to speak, on this one. My house, as some of you know, is bracketed by what I think are 3 Chinese elms, which are constantly pushing up the sidewalks on our corner, both sides of our house. And I'm constantly annoying the city every time there's an inch or 2 or 3 uplifting. So I get the feeling, I really get the presentation. So I'd like, Amy and Cameron, I'd just like to congratulate you. That was one of the best presentations I've seen in a decade of issues like this, because they're typically very, very emotional and very incoherent, but that was far from that. You make a great case. A couple things that I just sat up and I guess disagree with, and that is also that $100 a year benefit. There is no way I can fathom that being a credible assessment of the benefit of any tree that is in present form standing in Santa Barbara. Both just any way in numerically valuing them or non-numerically valuing them. I think we're a Tree City USA for a reason. We protect our urban forest for a reason. And that was a bit of an eye opener for me to have you put such a low number on that. And I don't think putting a number on it is indicative of what the value should be. I also worry that this basically indicts the whole block, or whatever the phrase was that the lady from the committee used, the alley or alley. First time I'd heard that. But this decision would essentially line up, I believe personally, line up the entire rest of the block and the other trees for the same type of consideration and treatment. I'm one who really does not like the word precedent in a I get annoyed when people use that word because I don't think that it's true generally when people use that word, but it's too strong of a word. But there's certainly an almost precedent being set here by indicting, by making a decision on one tree, and then I think subsequently indicting the whole block for the next few years to come. So I still see value and benefit in this tree that overcomes or counters the negatives of the tree, and I think it still has some valuable time left here on our planet with us, and I will not support the appeal. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council members would like to articulate their thinking on the motion? Mr. Friedman, you were quicker on the draw, and then Mr. Gutierrez after you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too am on the fence on this, and it was a good presentation. It raised a lot of valid points. Unlike Councilmember Jordan, I will use the word precedent. That's what I keep coming back to. It's not just for that block, but throughout the city. I think there are many trees that could fall under this, and so there would be other instances where we could come up on this, and people would use this as an example. And I don't know how, when we're looking at other ones, if they're very similar to this, how we could say, well, this is a case where we approved it, but others we didn't. In this case, we also had a 5-0 from our street tree advisory, which is very strong. And this actually reminds me of a case about 10 years ago at the Library Plaza, where there was an issue with some of the eucalyptus. And there were actually instances where they were self-pruning, and it turns out the council ended up not supporting taking them down. They actually left them. They voted to keep the ones in the plaza itself. So, and so I kind of learned that through that the value of the tree is beyond some of the metrics that were expressed today. So I will, it was a tough one for me, but I will, due to the precedent throughout the city that it could cause, not deny the appeal, be denying the appeal, not supporting removal of the tree.
Thanks so much. Mr. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, someone who's been born and raised on the west side. It's you talk to anybody that was born and raised on the west side, and it's a rite of passage that you have tripped and fallen on our sidewalks because of these trees that have pushed up the concrete, and we've all literally got the scars to prove it. It's kind of like proof positive that you were born and raised on the west side is if you got your scars and chipped teeth from those roots, and it is a hazard. I totally relate to them when they say that it's dangerous for kids, especially since it's on a corridor to a Harding school there, and I know that it does set kind of a dangerous example for the rest of the neighborhood or the city. But I honestly believe that they're doing this out of the sincere care and safety of the children in the area and the family and the elderly. And, it is a tough decision for me too, because I have 2 of those trees in front of my house, and I have issues with them as well, just like they do. They lifted up the sidewalk several times throughout my life here, and they're even lifting up the sidewalk right now that were replaced about 5 years ago. But it's a tough decision for me, but I will actually support their appeal to remove the tree, since they've offered to replace the tree with a non-problematic tree or less problematic tree, and I think that's pretty rare since they're willing to go above and beyond just one tree. They're going to plant several other trees. So I will uphold the appeal.
So you'll be voting against the motion that's on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Any other comments from council members? Ms. Harmon, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be very brief. I agree this is a really difficult decision. It was a really impressive presentation and a lot of important factors to consider. I think that I'm going to come down on the side of upholding the appeal along with Councilmember Gutierrez. I certainly agree that $100 does not come anywhere near the value of what clean air does for our communities. But I think we also, in talking about that, have forgotten that they are going to be planting 6 additional new trees, which to me is a really important point to consider. And I was very much swayed by the communications I received from the neighbors advocating for this removal. As Councilmember Gutierrez noted, there's instances of this all over the city, and it really can be quite dangerous, particularly for kids. So that's where my heart is on this decision. So with respect and certainly with much appreciation for the position of my colleagues, I will be voting to uphold the appeal.
Very good. And I will explain why I seconded the motion. I do congratulate the appellants on their good argumentation, their well-articulated positions, and I acknowledge the experience that you've been having with the tree. I am persuaded by the unanimous vote of the Street Tree Advisory Committee and even the Parks and Recreation Commission voted to keep the tree. Even if that was a split vote. And you are my neighbors. I like you very much. I can't make a decision based on that. I have to follow the rules of our municipal code and the guidelines that direct our city operations. And I'm in full agreement with the appeal findings. And to that point, I would call up the city attorney because I think we would like to include a findings resolution to attach to this motion. Mr. Kahlon, your advice, please.
Yes, Mayor. Out of respect for Ms. Steinfeld and Mr. Clark, I think that a written resolution would be advisable. So if Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon modifies her motion slightly to include a direction, we'll bring back a resolution in early August.
She's nodding yes. I am the seconder. I say yes as well. If Ms. Comment, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, thank you. I'm not sure if it wound up in the text of the motion, but my findings were that, the removal would not be beneficial to the state of the urban forest, and I cannot find that the removal is necessary for public safety. And in addition, that the tree optimizes the tree canopy and does optimize the age and species diversity. So I think those were the articulated findings.
Did you see the appeal findings that were in the slides? Would you like to incorporate those as well? It's page 3 of the slides.
Yes, I believe they're the same. But
right before the recommendation, Mr. Four, actually, if you could go back one slide, what we're looking at right now, that's there. It's on the screen, Ms. Sneddon. You're reading? Okay.
Yes, we can also incorporate the findings articulated in slide 13.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I incorporate them into my second. Mr. Kahlon, anything else? Or we can ask Mr. Kahlon, anything else?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. With thanks to the appellants and to everyone who's brought us this far, Ms. Gorman, if you would take a roll call vote, please.
Yes, this is the roll call vote on item 14. Motion.
It looks like Ms.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead, please.
Sorry. I have a question for the city attorney. Am I too late to ask a question?
No, because we haven't taken the motion yet. Go ahead and ask your question. Mr. Kalan, we need you back.
So I'm torn. We have a tree problem in Santa Barbara. I mean, we have it on District 1 as well. And how do we stop from cutting back on trees? You know, they're a problem, let's cut the trees. But how do we also cover ourselves from getting sued and people getting hurt? Can we have a little bit of discussion on that? I understand homeowners. I understand people that live in their homes and have these big trees. You know, when we have storms, we've seen trees fall over. We've seen accidents with the electricity lines. But at the same time, I do want to preserve the trees. And the trees in Santa Barbara make Santa Barbara just like the beach. So can you give me just, you know, a little bit of insight on how we can protect ourselves?
Sure. And the manner in which the city protects itself now is by actively maintaining the sidewalks and the trees to avoid creating a dangerous condition. The appellants were correct that when a sidewalk uplift gets above a certain height, and I don't want to get into whether it's a half inch or an inch, we have a potential dangerous condition of public property. When the city has notice of that dangerous condition, either actually because an employee went by and saw it, or constructively because it had been there for years and the city should have known about it, we are faced with liability. So the Public Works Department and the Parks and Recreation Department actively monitor and maintain both the sidewalks and the street trees. And for the most part, that protects the city from liability. And in addition, perhaps more importantly, and frankly, I think it is more important, it protects the public from an unreasonable risk of trip and fall or damage from trees. Having said that, tree liability is an issue. We often receive claims from insurance companies wanting to be reimbursed for claims they've paid to their insured customers here in Santa Barbara for damages arising from trees. So it is a real issue, but the process of protecting the tree canopy means that we are responsible for actively maintaining and managing that tree canopy as well as the sidewalks.
And is there a time frame that Public Works, or is it Public Works that goes out there and, you know, takes care of the sidewalk and the tree trimming? Is there a timeline that they need to respond to these type of calls?
There is, but I don't know it. Perhaps Mr. Slack can address that.
Mr. Slack, if you're still on with us, go ahead.
Mayor Murillo and Councilmember Gutierrez, I can't speak in great detail in regards to the Streets Division's policy in terms of time frames for sidewalk repair. We do work in conjunction with them, and oftentimes we'll report observed disruptions or reported disruptions to them. I know they have an active inspection process where staff will go out, do an inspection, and then based on the results of the inspection, that information is plugged into the system, and they've got a way to prioritize based on the severity of the disruption that's present at the, at the given location. And that's obviously going to continue to change as new locations are reported. Some are much more significant than others, and they'll get pushed up into the queue. But again, I can't speak in great detail in terms of like the mechanisms and sort of workflow that they use in making determinations for sidewalk repair. On the tree front, we do routine maintenance, and then obviously city staff responds to well over 1,000 inspection requests every year. from the public, in addition to doing proactive inspections on behalf of the forestry program itself. And in the event that there's any kind of sort of immediate or urgent need from a tree maintenance perspective, then we're scheduling that in a very similar manner to how streets are managing the sidewalks, continually reevaluating and reprioritizing the work that we're doing out on the city streets and in the parks based on, observed issues and the need for, say, a higher maintenance frequency or immediate response in the case of, emergency response.
Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez, you can vote however you want to vote on this, depending on the information that you're processing. So,
one last question.
Sure.
So, the homeowners expressed that if the tree would be taken out, that they would plant trees. How do we make that happen? Like, do they go into conversation with the city attorney and how do we make sure that that does happen if we vote to take out the tree?
Mr. Colon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, the power being exercised by the city council here is the police power to protect the public health and safety. Generally speaking, the power to say no under the police power includes the power to say yes with conditions that are reasonably related to the action being undertaken. Here, cutting down a tree is reasonably related to the need to replace the tree. And the appellants are offering to multiply that replacement. I won't express an opinion whether the council could order that replacement, but it's an offer that you can enforce by a condition of approval on the tree removal.
So I can enforce that if that grown mature tree goes down, I want 3 smaller trees on that sidewalk. Do I have the power to say that? And do I have the power to say, and it has to go in, by this time?
The city council could add a condition to that effect to approval of the tree removal permit.
Okay.
So yes.
The appellant is offering, if we agree to get the tree gone, that they would plant some trees, and I'm sure they would. You're concerned about enforcement of that, but so.
I just want to make it clear that it goes in a proper timeline when the tree goes out, if that happens. I'm really concerned about the safety and the sidewalk. I've seen a lot of people trip. It's literally a block away from a school, not even a block away. So there is traffic, and there's also traffic from children coming from the junior high. But I really want to protect the trees. So I just wanted to make sure and have clarity from the city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Ms. Gorman, if you're ready to take a vote, the motion on the floor is to keep the tree and to deny the appeal, just to remind everyone. And we'll take a roll call vote, please. Thank you.
Very good. And this is the motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Mayor Murillo. Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
No.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
No.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
No, with the condition that the trees go in a proper time frame when the tree goes out, if the vote doesn't pass.
Mayor Murillo.
Yes. So that passes 4-3. We're denying the appeal and upholding the decision of the Parks and Recreation Commission to deny the street tree removal. Thanks to everyone who participated. Thank you again to the appellants for their good argumentation And thank you. And we'll close this item. And Mr. Gutierrez, if you could pop up, I forgot to ask for the ordinance committee met today, and I forgot to ask you for a report. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we decided to have the city attorney's office look into guidance on how to regulate the grading situation. Geez, that feels like such a long time ago. I don't know if one of my colleagues would mind making sure, or Mr. Colon, if you could make sure I worded that correctly.
Mr. Kalan, were you in the ordinance committee meeting?
I was. Let me get to my notes. We were asked to work with community development and our chief building official, Mr. Stuffler, to bring back to the ordinance committee options for enforcement and quantifying the amount of fill allowable in the Hillside District. It looks like we will come back on August 18th to the ordinance committee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you both. And we'll close our meeting with reports from the city council on their assignments or events that they went to. Ms. Sneddon and then Ms. Gutierrez, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended a CCRB meeting. Lauren Hanson will continue as board president and I will continue as vice president. And we're continuing to look at state water board order and the federal consultation process. Attended a COMB operations meeting, attended water commission meeting. We had a thorough update on enhanced urban water management plan. And I really want to commend staff for such excellent stakeholder engagement and really drawing information from the community, and the next phases will be moving into future demand projections and then analyzing our water supply portfolio. And we have a truly excellent staff looking out for our diversified water portfolio, and that was evident in this meeting. I also attended with many of you yesterday the groundbreaking at Las Positas for the multi-use path, which is very exciting. Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Gutierrez, did you have a report for us? Go ahead.
It's not so much a report, it's a request. Since I'm part of the liaison committee for the community development department, I wanted to ask my council members if I can bring a woman on board for this liaison. I would like somebody that is more of an expert in this matter, and I would like to request Deborah Schwartz, one of the planning commissioners. Well, she's the chair. So I just wanted to open it up to discussion, or we can vote on it if possible.
This is not on the agenda. Mr. Casey, what advice would you give us? I don't think we can I don't think we can discuss it because it's not on the agenda, Ms. Gutierrez. Can we discuss after the meeting how we can get you to where you want to be with this?
Ariel, can you give me a recommendation on this, please?
Mr. Kalan? Mr. Kalan, can I have your opinion?
Madam Mayor, the council has done two-person actions from the dais in the past. I know it's not a preferred process. What I understood from Councilmember Gutierrez is expanding the membership of your three-person committee. That would mean the council making new appointments to that committee. So if you're interested in talking about that today, you could put it on the agenda for a future meeting.
Okay, I would like to do that.
I think you would find a second person to put that on the agenda. So thank you. Did you have any reports from your liaison assignments while you have the floor, Ms. Gutierrez?
No, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Friedman then, thanks.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. On my committee assignments, I attended the groundbreaking for the Las Positas bike path. It is an exciting project, and it'll be great to have that connection all the way down to the beach. Attended the monthly League of Cities Coastal Cities Group conference call. And then the following day last week, attended and presented on a subcommittee of that same group, the Coastal Cities Group, on sea level rise, and was joined by our staff member, Melissa Hetrick, who's our staff lead on sea level rise, and gave a presentation on our efforts on sea level rise, and, as well as cities of Eureka gave a presentation in Imperial Beach. And the subcommittee we presented to consisted of members of our committee, but also a couple of boards of supervisors from throughout the state, as well as Coastal Commission staff and a couple of coastal commissioners, and also Coastal Commission Director Jack Ainsworth was on the call. So we were able to share information about what we've learned on sea level rise, as well as our local coastal planning process updates. And this effort is to build collaboration between local municipalities and counties and cities and the Coastal Commission on how to address local coastal planning and sea level rise updates. So it was a very informative discussion, and thank you to Ms. Hetrick for helping put that presentation together and being a part of that. It was very informative. And today's social distancing playlist song is Simon and Garfunkel's The Sounds of Silence.
Nice. Mr. Jordan, your turn.
I have to figure out the connection on that one. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been chided by somebody I know for not piping in more on this section of the agenda, so I made some notes this week. Attended the newly named Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber Management Introduction meeting last Thursday, where they're introducing their team of 9 women, by the way, shall I mention? 9 very accomplished women to lead what is now the chambers from Carpinteria all the way up to Goleta. Attended the Planning Commission meeting on last Thursday. Major discussion there was 410 State Street, or the old Staples Center, plus the parking lot and the Reed's Appliance Building. 84 units planned there. I mentioned that because I have another Planning Commission meeting to talk about and have you add up the units. Attended last week's Harbor Commission meeting where the subject du jour was slip holder transfer fees and what to do with them both now and in the future. Also last week, I had a meet and greet Zoom meeting with many of the board members of the Independent Living Resource Center. We've seen Jacob, who has the hyphenated last name that I'm forgetting right now, at both Planning Commission and Council, and got to meet and chat with them just about their perspective on anything in the city, and it was really a great eye-opening meeting. The day before that, I did my monthly check-in with the Coastal Housing Coalition Board at their lunchtime meeting. Also, then the week before, I had a 1-hour initial meet and greet phone call with Dave Mullinex from the League of California Cities, who I had not met up till this time. And that was a great introduction to both Dave and the League of California Cities and the role they play. On the 9th, I attended the Planning Commission's meeting, which the main topic was the finally moving forward again Waterfront Hotel, which is the hole in the ground behind the green fence down on Cabrillo Boulevard there. And that is finally getting closer and closer to actually starting construction. The prior week's Planning Commission meeting was the Mason Street project, which is catty corner across the street from the cafe, and takes up the entire block all the way down to the train tracks where the former Helms building was. And that one is anticipated right now in a concept level to have 156 units. So 2 projects kind of working right now, one in the Funk Zone, one in the downtown corridor with over 230 units. Even in this time of economic and health uncertainty, there is still a investment and a ownership commitment to making sure we continue to add to our housing stock. Then the first week of the month, I did a walk back and forth up State Street 4 times with Lieutenant Sean Hill from the police department, and had a great talk just on his perspective of current internal police department processes and systems versus what the current social equity state is across the nation, And then he is a research dog. He does a ton of research. So he also then tried to bring all that back around and talk about how current research works in what tomorrow's modern police systems and review systems and police review boards will look like. It was a great hour or hour and a half talking with somebody who is a kind of a research or policy wonk from that standpoint, not really your what you would call your poster child for a policeman just out there walking around with a badge and gun, and a really interesting talk. So that's it, Madam Mayor.
You've been very busy, and Jacob's last name is Lesner Buxton.
Thank you so much. I kicked myself when I got halfway down my notes, and all I know him as is Jacob. So, but thanks.
He's a good man.
Great guy.
I attended the SB-CAG meeting last Thursday. We talked about how to house and maintain the buses that go back and forth from North County and Ventura County into Santa Barbara. We also had an update from Salud Carbajal, our congressman, on federal funding for transportation projects. And Jordan Cunningham, the assembly member from North County, gave us a presentation about state issues, a state update, and the SB-CAG's lobbyists were also involved. I'm part of the Coast Rail Coordinating Council, and we're talking about improving rail service on the Central Coast, all the way up to Santa Cruz County. And it's a combination of rail and buses. Our Business Advisory Task Force meeting met, and we've had a little bit of whiplash with Governor Newsom closing things and reopening them. And so that was a good discussion. And along those lines, the county reopening staff had a meeting with me and Assembly Member Monique Lamon about how to reopen performing arts venues. So right now they're closed. People are concerned about, the governor's concerned about too many people gathering in one place. And then I also attended the South Coast Youth Safety Partnership meeting, and a good discussion. We haven't met in a long time. A lot of our at-risk youth are suffering under pandemic conditions, as we know, very hard on our teens. So I'm done with my report. Mr. Gutierrez, a report from you. Go ahead, please.
I actually have a question for Mr. Colon, if possible.
Okay, Mr. Colon, are you still there?
Yes.
Gutierrez?
So I believe I misunderstood earlier when it came to having council members volunteer for the police oversight committee. From my understanding, I thought you said only 2 council members, but is it possible to have 3? Can you just clarify that to me?
Oh, I may have misunderstood. I heard the council to say that council members Harmon and Alejandro Gutierrez would meet with Mr. Casey and I over the next couple of weeks. And then the second step, the council hasn't made a decision about who would participate.
Okay, so it's only limited to 2 council members?
Well, the argument, Mr. Gutierrez, for it to be only 2 is then we don't get close to the Brown Act maximum. And that would leave room for Ms. Gutierrez and Ms. Harmon to communicate. Mr. Colon, am I saying that correctly?
You are, but you also said during deliberations, Madam Mayor, and I'd repeat it for Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, that the council is perfectly free legally to contact Mr. Casey or myself anytime to talk about these issues.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so that'll close our meeting. We did our closed sessions earlier. Ms. Gutierrez, a closing comment or a comment?
Yes, closing comment in regards of the comment that Councilmember Gutierrez made. I just want to clarify your comment when you said that you would like me to be part of this discussion with the city attorney, city administrator, and Councilmember Harmon, that I'm not being appointed because I speak fluent Spanish, but because of the community work that I have done before being on council. So I just want to clarify that I'm not just being appointed because I'm a bilingual council member, but because I've actually done grassroots work in the community.
Absolutely. Let's clarify that. Thank you so much. And we're so glad that you and Councilmember Harmon are taking on that work. Thank you so much. And if there's nothing else to the good of the order, we'll adjourn this meeting. Thank you.